Howdy, folks. Welcome to Adventures in Alberon. I'm Joe Treff, your dungeon master this evening, and joining me are my friends Matt, Miles, Allie, and Tina. For those of you tuning in for the first time, this is a 5th edition D&D campaign set in the homebrew world of Alberon, which began following 4 strangers as they scoured the streets of Port Quinn, and has progressed to the point where this bunch is either its survivors or possibly its destroyers. It's kind of hard to tell at this point. But before we get into the game tonight, a couple of very quick announcements. This is our 50th session that we've streamed, which is really crazy. It's technically session 62 of canonic Adventures in Alberon, and then there's, I think, 7 or maybe 6 in canon one shots which we've done, which is pretty crazy, like all in one campaign and universe. So thank you guys for like sharing in that and following along. It's been really cool to share with you. We have very cool art that's on the way from Sophie Bissoff, who has done a whole slew of things for us. This is Heinrich themed art. It is very, very cool. And I can't wait for that to be done. So we'll have that up on our Instagram and on our Twitter as soon as that's done. For this session, we have music and sound effects that are made possible by Sirenscape. It's a super cool digital tool set for dungeon masters who want to add huge ambiance for a tiny price, or for people who like to set very specific party moods, I guess. But check it out, Sirenscape. And then if you haven't yet, definitely check out our Instagram to see some of the art that was done for us by Iron Tofu 42. It was done of the perfect Azer, or the perfect a-hole, as Guntir put it last week. So if you haven't, definitely check it out. Super cool. And speaking of last week, that's all that I have for announcements. So let's jump right back into our recap. Let me pull up our music here real quick. Finger Gang, last week found you at the top of Dinman's ward. You faced off against 3 of the 4 Azers built by the architect. The Guardian, a long metallic serpent with limbs that were almost scythe-like. The Hatchet Man, a bronze automaton with a massive corroded axe, and the perfect Azer itself, though seemingly controlled by a being from the plane of ice. In an instant, it snuffed the elemental fire within the other Azers and replaced it with elemental ice, seemingly pushed into the empty shells left behind. The battle was fierce, with all of you pitching in. Heinrich's wall of fire crippled the Guardian, while Shae, Morwen, your Aarakocra ally Krodok, and Helia, the Undercity dwarf, all tore into the perfect Azer. For your part, Guntir, you left behind the guiding bolt. You actually missed once. But instead, you healed the group, vitally important, with the perfect Azer's disintegration ray tearing into Heinrich especially. You finally reigned supreme, Morwen striking the killing blow, dismantling the ancient bronze being with lightning-fast blade work. You rested, long needed, and looked for Anasu. You found that he had activated the gate to the Shadowfell and stepped through. Guntir, you broke the gate, making pursuing Anasu or searching for the origins of Kindscale, or potentially even hunting for clues as to where Gerard the Architect is. Impossible. But you did cast Legend Lore on Orvan Esker. Speaking his name caused the word itself to freeze the air in front of you, and the frost ripping up and grasping your face, almost as if it belonged to a hand. You saw yourself freeze and begin to shatter away in the frigid wind at the base of the mountain of ultimate winter. On the plain of ice, and heard just over the howl of the wind, like hundreds of tons of ice collapsing in on itself, laughter. You made your way to the final room of Dinman's ward, at least the final one that you believe that you have not explored. A side room behind a rusted out and corroded machine of some sort. You found yourself, Heinrich, face to face with a large chest, a coin-sized slot in the upper right-hand corner. And that is where we find ourselves today. So, Heinrich, Finger Gang, what would you like to do?
Yo, chinko that shit.
That you were ready for this.
So-
Okay. I want to just do one last sort of trying to see if this coin slot is tied to any of the machinery in a way where we might be standing in the wrong place, if that makes sense. Just
Make
like
it
it
a-
might project or shoot
gonna-
or, you know.
I'm gonna
Sure,
just
make an
like,
investigation check.
put the old hand on the shoulder and look her over there as well. I'm not paying attention to what's actually happening. Gunter's thinking about stuff. So
Okay.
puts a hand, guidance.
So this is okay. There it is.
Yeah, we all know where that was going. Oh shit. Oh, sorry. What was the check specifically?
This is an investigation.
Investigation. Good lord. That is 28. That's almost
Not bad.
almost maximum with guidance.
Heinrich, yeah. This following of Helm, being vigilant, seems to be paying off. You have this one black eye and the one gold, and they scan the room, scouring for details. You feel very confident that this is not designed necessarily to project something into the space. However, as part of this investigation, especially with that roll, you kind of close your attention in. I guess the air is still humid, but for Gunter apparently still kind of dry.
I think Gunter's
Maybe-
still coming back from that elemental ice plane a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's still and Gunter, for what it's worth, and for anybody looking, you can actually see around the elements of his nose and mouth, right above where this freshly grown platinum beard is, a little singed. There is almost this kind of purple skin. It seems not quite frostbitten, but it almost was on the verge of damage. That was, for you, Gunter, very real.
I got a
But
lot
as
of
part of your
snot,
investigation,
Yes.
yeah, just still just melting.
Just
But
like,
Heinrich, your investigation, you pull in on this box. It's about 4 feet tall. 2 feet below, there's like an iron stand, and you can see the steel seems to peel out to make the legs look almost like the stems of flowers. You can see it's sturdy steel, and you get close looking for clues, and it feels warm. You look at this slot, and you remember you had actually found these kind of tokens within the coat of Gerard, and as you take one in your hand and kind of look at the slot, you realize this is not perhaps designed for coins. It's strange. Given your background, I would say you know enough to know that this is some kind of a lock. Very odd. You don't see anything immediately maybe representing traps, although you get close and you smell. From within the lock itself, there's a similar smell to that acid that you had poured out of the strange multi-corked jug in the anteroom. And you would imagine within the lock there is a component of acid, or at least some very corrosive material, almost like vinegar stinging your nose. I would say with that roll, you get even closer, trying to pull the smell in, and you smell from long ago, perhaps the smell of just old burned metal. Perhaps something within this mechanism damaged long ago.
Mhm. So the slot is larger than the coins, anyways, right?
So if you take a coin and put it right up
Yeah.
close, it's actually
Yeah.
the coin is actually slightly too big.
Okay. I would just kind of do that, and then I'd look over to Morwen. Too big, and I'll just put it
I'm
back
gonna
in my
come over
pocket.
and try to shove it in.
No, it's in my pocket.
So there's a brief moment where Morwen's hands grab for it, and you just snatch it
Right.
out and
Right.
put it in your pocket.
Yeah, no. So, okay. So this machine seems a little damaged. Someone poured acid into this keyhole. Feels like a keyhole. And if it's not acid that was poured in, then it's certainly a trap, but not getting that sense. It's like someone didn't want this to work anymore or something like that.
Helia at this point looks at you, Morwen. She, during this experience, she was actually watching you pretty closely, Gunter. But she kind of kicks off where she's leaning up against the wall and looks at you, Morwen, and just says, "So, is it you or me who's going to be doing this one?" And you can
Let
see
me take a
already
look
she's
at
kind of
that.
taking out. Oh, okay. She steps
gonna-
back for a moment.
Mending on the lock.
Okay. You can see already Helia has this. It looks almost like a roll of leather. Heinrich, you've tried to watch Morwen work. She's very secretive about her lockpicking,
Sure.
but you've seen a similar set of thieves' tools before.
Sure.
And Gunter just kind of shuffles past and leans in, taps it, and you can see this kind of whoa, kind of burst of magic. Nothing seems to happen.
All right. Well, good luck.
Let's go check out this door while they're working on this thing, Guntir.
Oh, okay.
There's like the door to the next room that's kind of like burnt through or like
Yeah.
rusted
Let's.
through kind of.
Yeah. Lead the way.
So Gunter and Heinrich, you guys turn and begin to go back into the previous room. Morwen and Shae, what are you guys doing?
I'm gonna try to pick this lock with Helia.
Okay. Shae?
And watch.
Okay.
Let me know if you find anything good.
So, Morwen, you, with Helia, would you like to make the check with advantage, or would you like to each have a shot at it?
I want us each to have a shot at it.
Okay. Helia gestures to you. You can see
Contested.
she has her thieves tools, but yeah, contested thieves tools checks. You not if I can do it first. You watch as she sort of gestures to you. I'll go second. I have some faith in my skills. I'd like to see you work.
Okie dokie. I crack my toes.
Okay.
I do some of Shae's monkey business.
Okay, you've
Some
Uh,
Gunter squats. All right,
Mm.
ready.
Some Heinrich
Almost
sit and stare at the wall all night
No
long.
Heinrich stuff. I don't know what he does.
no Heinrich stuff.
No Heinrich stuff.
I mean, you're awake, and that's
You don't
Heinrich
do the
stuff.
Heinrich maneuver?
Your antlers.
No, no one. Okay.
What?
The Heinrich. Oh, the Heinrich maneuver. I like
Oh,
that.
that
Yeah, you're
one.
welcome.
Yeah.
I won't even put down a mark for that. That's what.
I would have given a mark
That's-
for that.
I would.
I've been waiting to. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I've gotten marks for, well, anyway.
Less
I'm
offensive
just
things.
funnier. It's okay. So it's a sleight of hand, right?
It's a check with your thieves tools. So you add your proficiency bonus.
Mhm.
Are you have expertise in thieves tools?
Yes.
Okay, so I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
this is gonna be brutal.
It's sure to win.
Right, so it's not a sleight of hand check, it's just a thieves tools check with my proficiency bonus doubled. So that's
'Cause
going to
expertise.
be a 26.
Okay. You walk in and you look close. You can see what Heinrich was saying about this sort of curved lock, and you can smell the acid, and you recognize this particular lock is designed specifically to dissolve certain metals. You're a very proficient thief, and the tools that you acquired, being from the West Coast, the metals that you would have access to, relatively sturdy against corrosion. The tools that you have no problem. You slip them through very dexterously, and this lock seems to almost curve up and down and then up again. It requires you to actually bend elements of your tools, but you've seen similar locks without a problem. Maybe 3 seconds in, down, up, down. Click. This door pops open just a fraction of an inch.
What's in that door? Behind that door.
You pull it open,
What's
and
in
as it swings wide, you are confronted with almost like a door. It's a panel, metal panel. This door seems to have been about an inch thick, and behind it, you can see there was at one point wires, perhaps maybe joined together. You think back, and it has things reminiscent of the Candlelit Sway, those bronze kind of rods that seemed, or copper rods that seem to carry electricity from the tectonic activity. At one time, you would imagine this did carry electricity, and had you failed at your previous attempt, and this not been damaged, it would have been pretty rough for you. But time or something seems to have damaged this. This seems to be the source of that burn smell that Heinrich had said. Looking at it, you can even see elements of kind of something burned and pulling away from it. But looking around and looking at the elements of it, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh, 19.
Okay. You look in, and having seen now parts of Dinman's ward and the various bits of machinery, and even the machinery that Gunter and Heinrich are now looking at, you would imagine at one point this did carry power. And you look and you can see there are elements of these wires that are sort of left bare metal with corrosion on the end, slowly kind of crumbling away as time progresses. You would imagine based on the two separate paths, not only was this a function of a trap, it probably was required for this particular panel to open.
There's no shiny stuff.
Additionally, in the top right-hand corner, you can see a continuation of this slot. And Morwen, there's a part of you that's beginning to think this looks almost like a massive piggy bank.
Oh. Okay. So wait, I can only I can't see where the slot like continues. Can I like guesstimate the
With that investigation check, you can see it seems to continue the trend of going down. So you would imagine if you took a regular coin, not one of these little tokens that you saw Heinrich with, it would fit. And you could imagine this is a sort of side room going from the entryway to these further kind of laboratories. For Jared Dinman, probably somebody, and you've actually, Heinrich hasn't read those notes out loud. But Heinrich, you do know that he was very successful. So somebody just putting in pocket change as they come up, that pocket change is probably pretty valuable.
that's going down. Well, either way, I mean, given Helia the eyes on the.
She gets in and
So-
begins. She gets in and begins to look and examine it as well. Guntir and Heinrich, the two of you walk into the room behind you. You go down and then up this pathway and into this maybe only 30 feet, 40 feet long, the room itself, but most of it is taken up by this large hunk of machinery. What were you guys looking for?
Its function.
Companionship.
Yeah, you're like Guntir. This place is full of so many cool things, and you seem to be able to fix a lot of stuff. Do you think this thing works? Put our heads together, see if we can figure out what it is.
What are we looking at here?
So either both of you could make an investigation check, or yeah, it would be an investigation check, or one of you could make it at advantage.
Bless you.
Your call.
That was my roommate.
For the sake of companionship, let's each perceive with our eyes.
Okay.
For sake of
This is how you
shunning
make
the
friends. You look
responsibility.
together.
So does Guntir roll for like
But
each
I'll-
individual eye? Or-
Give the quick guidance.
Okay.
If they're
I'll
not
take-
linked up, it's disadvantage, you know?
This is investigation, you think?
Investigation.
That's a 19.
And I got a 15.
Okay. The two of you take a little bit of time. You begin to look through it, and already you've seen there's a lot of electricity that is used to power this place. Guntir, you begin to look into the elements of the machinery itself. You can see this at one point was largely iron. You can see there were huge elements of these copper rods at one point, although they have basically they're corroded to dust. They seem to have been especially susceptible to the general humidity in this area. You have some trouble really discerning what it could do. From the place that you are from, this does bring to mind elements of, and you've been within the guild, the association's hall itself. It reminds you of things that you've seen within the Mudtown Alchemist Association. But outside of that, hard to discern. Heinrich, you trace the sort of remnants of these copper rods. You follow where they passed through the machine. You can see at one point they seem to have begun within this area designed to move, a turbine perhaps. You can see they link up and go back and almost into the wall. But there is an element of rock that is displaced. You can follow it and would imagine it links into that box down the hall. This may have been the power source for both the trap and the door that Helia and Morwen, unbeknownst to you, are currently working on.
Okay. I'll relay that and say, looks like some kind of power source based on how this crazy Gerard guy seems to make things work.
Yeah, but
Made things work.
it's pretty much dust.
Yeah.
The whole thing, all the copper's corroded here.
Yep, and I'll give it a nice bang. And should we just head back to
Kinda
the group and
echoes
see
this
how they're
thing.
doing with the door?
Yeah, Heinrich, there's something I've been thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
Shae and Croddick have been awfully quiet about who is either chasing or being chased by us, depending on, I guess, our position relative to them now.
Mm-hmm.
And all this stuff with Orvaneska. I can't help but think that there's something worse going on than just this purple dragon.
And you think it has something to do with this massive gate they're constructing that Croddick mentioned? He seemed pretty upset about it.
Well, that's definitely one thing, but I think we need to find more about what Croddick and Shae are really up to.
Well, what do you mean really up to?
I mean, I'm not implying that they're doing anything sinister. I'm just saying that they have ulterior motives here, and they're not being forthright with us. And, especially now, as the danger is mounting, we need to come together. And I know it's, I'm the one saying this.
No, I mean, in your moments of lucid clarity, you are right, Guntir. You do have your years of experience. And I think that, yes.
Pick up on these things, Peel,
I do think that, yeah, I mean, if we could... They genuinely don't seem to know what they're after, and that's one of the biggest things, because if we knew that too, then we would be heading in that direction, if this is a bigger threat, right?
Alright. Well, I think that destroying that portal back there may end up coming to bite us on the behind later.
Right, but if it is part of their construction, the non-Xinyi, the ones that splintered off and are doing these more objectively sinister things, then slowing them down wouldn't necessarily hurt. They already don't like us. Or at
Yeah,
least
but
Shae.
also having access to that would have probably been useful.
Oh, you mean a functioning portal that... So you don't want to destroy this one, but we're good with the other one.
Well, I feel bad about the last one. Because I think that we could have used that.
We could still get to that place if we so wanted to.
Have you ever tried to go to the Shadowfell before in your lifetime?
I have only heard of it in stories like the stuff that my mom used to tell me to scare me to go to bed, kind of.
Yeah, like things that are made up that you don't really have easy access to in your lifetime.
Yeah, certainly not a well-established, like consistently stable
yeah, like
portal.
you probably need to find some sort of portal that was opened very difficultly with, someone from hundreds of years ago who's probably still alive somewhere and built an entire workshop of mechanical wonders.
Right, or a dragon that just seemed to burst through potentially a pond on the top of a city under the mountain. Right. I don't know if you remember seeing that pond up there, but I think there's something tied to her in there. My guess is it would be, the pond in the center of the Golden Terrace. Not the terrace itself.
Guntir's eyes separate as his mind moves back. For Guntir, it is a long recall, but for the rest of you, only 2 days ago, you remember being up upon, actually 3 days ago, you remember being up upon the Golden Terrace. You actually had climbed the ziggurat of the Dawnfather, and you had seen across from this massive gem that beamed daylight across the Ring of Gold. Within this mountain, the only place that had real, almost daylight. There was this pond very much pointedly avoided by everybody who had walked through. You'd seen these dwarvish couples dressed in incredibly fine clothing, walking about as if nothing was happening. But that pond did stand out, for sure.
Just a thought. But yes,
Well-
I mean, what do you suggest we do? How would you draw us together in?
Well,
I don't
I
know,
mean,
try to
this
make
is
us all
why
open to
I've
each other.
come to you, is because I would confront Shae directly, which has proven ineffective and also painful in the past. So,
yeah, I've seen
uh,
some of it.
I think I probably have a better in with Krodik, but, he's a bit naive. He's, not saying he's a dum-dum, but I'm saying that
I know what you mean.
he's,
Social
grew
skills
up in
are
the
lacking
monastery.
because
He's,
yeah, that's fine.
he doesn't,
That's fine.
he doesn't get the ways of the world that much.
And just to be clear, I'm sure Chronic's in the room with us, right? And not just listening to you guys.
Chronic is currently
Oh,
with
Chronic.
Shae, but
Okay,
we're
Chronic,
about
what's
to get
up?
there.
I gotta
like
talk
I
to
was
you.
saying, naive.
No, yeah, okay.
They're both just right behind you, like
So,
"Hey, y'all talking shit."
You see the conundrum here. I'm trying,
Well, sure.
but
I mean, she's on our side as much as you or I.
I'm
But it's
not
just she doesn't. I don't.
saying that I doubt that. I'm just saying that,
Well,
we
maybe
need
we
the
switch
information if we're
tactics.
supposed to be dealing with the same problem.
Sure. Maybe we switch focus. Dragon isn't going anywhere. Doesn't seem to be furthering its agenda, visibly at least. Other things seem to be. Why not
Yeah.
avoid it for now and let Shae
I
lead
also
us?
fear that those might be connected, though, and a
Well-
loss at one will probably be doom for the other.
Hmm.
Because whatever we're stopping for Shae and Krodik is probably beneficial to the dragon as well. Or
Sure.
at the very least, compounding of an issue.
Right. Everything going on in this mountain seems like a feedback loop of bad stuff.
Oh. Yeah. This is
Okay.
tough.
I agree. I think maybe we should try seeing if there are any leads that Shae can discover. See if she could maybe
Well,
get us on course to some achievable goal.
do we even know who is coming after them?
Thinking back,
I
you...
falter at that one because the
Okay.
conversation didn't Squall's end.
Okay,
It was a private conversation. I don't want to betray Shae's trust.
fair enough.
Just talking smack.
I
that's
feel like
all.
my face would totally say that, like, I think, Guntir, you would pick up on it. Like, I know more, but listen, Guntir, yeah. Let me talk to Shae.
Alright. Well, you talk to Shae, and I'll listen.
No, you talk to Krodik.
Okay.
It'll be up to Shae if she wants to. And again, I can't find the words, so I'll just end it there. I'll be like, you know what,
Okay.
that's it.
So are you guys gonna kind of turn and head back to the rest of the group?
Unless there's anything else interesting in this room besides this power source.
It seems like a pretty dedicated room.
Yeah, so I guess
But you guys begin to walk back. During this, Shae,
Mhm.
you stand watching Helia and Morwen as they kind of bunch up and they begin talking, and you can see Morwen begins to work and Helia's watching as well. Krodik stands with you, and Inzin Yi, he says, Sky Sister, if my timeline is correct, it is now the 5th of the Claws of Winter. We've been underground, counting our time in the Undercity, for almost a week. I do miss the sky, and I miss the cold.
Yes. Very much so.
I must say, I also miss being amongst our own kind. Your friends, or the people that you've surrounded yourself with, for the most part, they aren't kind. I do worry that Guntir would not be able to make it on his own. His social skills are lacking.
He
But-
is what the world has made him.
I do worry that they don't understand how dire it could be if Hylon is here.
How could they?
That is my point. At this point, you can see there's this kind of, and you can see Morwen tense up for a second as the door kind of opens. At this point, you hear Guntir just kind of murmuring something as Guntir and Heinrich, you emerge, and as a group, the Finger Gang plus Krodok the Aarakocra and Helia Coldrot the dwarf are back together.
So the trick is you really gotta mash it in. And that way the flavor compacts. Oh, hey, we're back.
I'll add that to the list at the bar.
Yeah, write that down. Write it down.
I think I found a piggy bank.
Ooh. Like a bank for pigs, or
What's a
I
piggy
think-
bank?
Oh,
A Peeboo bank?
a peeboo bank.
big people?
No, I think I found I don't know, some booty. Come check out the booty. I think down the slot there's more gold.
I'm gonna stick my eye real up close to that
Sure.
slot.
Make an investigation check. It looks dark.
Is this the
I'm
only...
gonna cast light on my eyeball.
You blind yourself.
Yeah, if you want to, you can. I've actually considered that.
I'm not gonna do that. I don't think I actually have light as a cantrip.
You can maybe cast it on your eyelashes.
I guess I
Maybe.
did because that was a natural 1.
Okay.
Just poke yourself.
Guntir, you get up really close, and in a moment, all the frost having seized your face and frozen elements of that, and apparently damaged parts of your ears and thus your balance, you fall forward a little bit, and your eye hits the actual lock itself. You recoil. It hurts. You don't see much.
Hi, man.
Ah,
For a brief moment, you see the metal very well.
Ah.
But that's it.
ah.
Steel.
Is this
Just
is
tell
this
me
the
what's in
only
there.
Is this the only other door in the room? Is this like the only end point of this chamber and part of this,
As part of your previous investigation check, yeah, you didn't find any hidden doors, any ventilation, nothing like that.
this place just kind of ends at a bank or vault
Perhaps?
or
Yeah.
something? Worth trying to open it. I mean, Morwen, is this the second lock? Is there more to open here?
Is there more to open here?
Or when you think about it and you remember seconds ago, realizing that probably you needed some kind of a power source to bridge the gap where these wires have corroded over the years.
So I push up my glasses. I'm like, well, I believe that. No, I'm just kidding. But I relay it in Morwen terms.
Okay.
Much dumber.
Huh.
See, if you fix the doohickey, I think you'll be able to get the stuff.
Ah, yes. And that's
I
where this
wonder-
other machine back in the other room seemed
Yeah.
to be connected.
So if we want to get in there, we're gonna need to fix those copper wires.
Or
And get
just
the power source
remove-
connected again.
Just remove the wall obstructing us.
We could just add a power source at the source of the damaged pieces and connect it directly, but I don't know if we have a power source anywhere on us.
That thing you
I'm
got
gonna
from
say,
the
I've got a power source. I'm gonna go like this.
static
What?
electricity.
More, make an attack roll.
Ow! Ow! Oh, thank God.
What would I add to that?
Nothing. Just what did you roll?
5.
You poke Heinrich. There is no shock. The humidity of this place makes it really tough to generate static electricity.
Okay. So a door that needs power to open it. Oy, oy, oy.
Can I, having poked my eye on the slot, can I look at like the setup and seeing like is my assessment correct that we could add a power source at the broken parts of the copper here to try and power it?
I would love to know why that involved you mashing your eye into metal. Because completely divorced from that, yes, your assessment, whether or not you mash your eye into metal, Your assessment is that
It's to get the creative juices flowing.
I was gonna say it's like Edison just like having a stroke and then the perfect, machine design appearing in the heavens.
And so, Guntir, you smile with half your face as you suddenly realize that yes, adding a power source in that, adding a power source with it, it's all just stolen history, anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
But you would imagine adding something of a sufficient power would allow for this mechanism to work.
Geothermal energy.
I mean, you would imagine from this point, it's wires. It's nothing heat related. So you'd imagine just electricity.
Okay.
How about that stone you took from the Azor, that lodestone that was in there, based on the Jared's descriptions? Seemed to work on him pretty good, or at least
I'm gonna take it out and like look at it, and then look at the wires and look at it and see like, is there a positive and negative end to this thing that I can plug it in with? Am I taking out like a car battery and I can just like poop it?
Guntir,
Or is it more complicated than that?
Are you proficient in, I'll say, survival?
I think I actually am.
Based on
I think so,
4 times in one combat, I'd be surprised.
Oh, are you?
I know, right? It's a lot of practice.
It's true. That's true.
Fact,
Proficient in surviving.
I'm not proficient, but I have
So
some strong survival.
What I would say is you don't necessarily know. You've just heard of magnetism. You had kind of brought it up previously, and you weren't really able to describe it. Unsure.
Well, if it powered the perfect thing, it can probably power.
Well, it didn't power; it focused it, right? The elemental heart and what was in it—that's what powered it. Wow. It was its functions, its neck thing, and its really ouchie beam that hit me. That was what was focused. But that seems peripheral. I don't know. Just try it.
Is looking at this thing, is there some way that it seems that I could connect this in a way that would make it do something? Like,
you would imagine looking at these frayed, tangled, it's like a rat's nest of corroded wires.
Yeah.
As long as you could get the wires to bridge, I mean, assuming that so holding it, it's about the size of a softball. And it's this sort of pyramidal carved lodestone. There are elements of little, some kind of silvery metal that seems almost jaggedly stick out. You would imagine if this conducts electricity and if it does have any kind of charge stored, if you put it in and you were able to bridge the wires with it, yes, it would probably work.
Okay.
Do you need a separate hand to attach that so you don't hurt yourself?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. If you want to do the wire parts, and I'll do the potentially ouchie part.
Oh. Okay.
You can have it back. I don't want it.
I'm gonna wrap my hands in like some blankets.
Okay.
Oh,
so
wait, I've got just the thing, and I bring out my one glove that I took from Heinrich.
You have both. I gave you the other.
You did?
Yeah, I gave you the other.
Oh, you're so nice.
You took it from me to do something funny,
still
and
just
then I
one glove.
Okay. So Guntir, Morwen hands you this old yet fully functional. It's a glove that's been coated in some kind of wax, almost like paraffin wax or something similar.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna put that glove on one hand.
It's designed for a dwarf, so it fits perfect. It's
no, it probably wouldn't fit my hand though.
yeah.
Grab
You guys are about the same size.
one of the wires.
I'm a
You
ghost. I'm
grab the
a
wires.
mage hand the lodestone into place.
I'm gonna try to connect it so that I don't actually have to touch the other one because I only have one glove, but I can get the other one close enough that then
Understood.
the mage
You
hand
take
can
a bunch of it and kind of pull it forwards. Heinrich, you hold out your hand and the glyphs all appear on your fingertips before this ghostly hand separates. You grasp the lodestone and bring it forward with this ghostly hand. And Guntir, you holding out, there is a brief as the little bit of a charge in the lodestone actually surges through these wires, and this panel and swings open. And you have to kind of like pull away as it swings by your face. Little sparks emerging from it, but it does open.
Look at us problem solving.
Yeah, high five. And I drop the lodestone into my other hand and ghost hand high five you and then hand you back the lodestone.
Ah,
That in my
It's a lot of
complicated
dexterity.
It's our secret handshake.
May I have my glove back?
oh yeah, here.
I needed to match the other one. Thank you.
Okay.
As the door swings away, again, probably about an inch thick, it's almost like you're peeling layers on this thing back, similar to the vault door that you'd accessed before. This now reveals a bank of 6. It almost looks like old-fashioned apartment building mail slots. However, on each one, there is a keyhole. There are 6 keyholes in total, 3 in a row, 2 in a column. There is a fortunate byproduct of this aging. This panel is heavily corroded, this patina of teal and very, very soft blue. There is one area around the bottom middle key lock that in a perfect ring is unfazed by time or the moisture of this place. And getting a sense that there has at least been a magic component to all of the successful locks so far, you would imagine that is the one that is least likely to be incorrect.
Incorrect.
Yeah. So that one probably still has active magics in it.
That's scary.
Oh.
Ellie, you can take that one.
Hold on, let me take a look at it.
So,
yeah.
you're using an invocation?
Yeah, so
Okay.
from level 12, which we all now are. Hooray, congrats.
The single black eye, suddenly celestial one, it's almost as if it's being written in cursive in a circle around before it creates a pupil of celestial runes that suddenly expands out just a little bit from your eye. And suddenly, you can, and this is detect magic, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You can see 2 different kinds of magic behind this. The first is within this lock. It's a narrow cylinder that seems to extend another inch or 2. And beyond, it vanishes into a cavity. You'd imagine this is the final barrier separating you from whatever lies beyond. The other kind of magic, and you would imagine the school of this magic is actually enchantment.
Okay.
The other 5 keyholes are all linked to a single spell. This is evocation magic. You're unsure as to
bad.
what it would do, but given where it's positioned, you would imagine attempting to access those keyholes not in your best interest.
Or zap, or burr, or whatever.
Something.
Yeah. This is the one we need to open for sure. This one...
Teleport soul.
Ugh. None of us have... Oh, following up on that, this doesn't seem to be anywhere similar in the function of, like, how the arc lights needed a specific
I mean,
reagent or whatever.
Given how keys work, there's probably a proper key to this.
Sure.
But you would imagine you don't need a specific key and only that key. You would imagine both Morwen and Helia probably also have keys to this in a way.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the one that I would suggest using your nimbleness.
Yeah, but am I gonna like die? What's up with that?
I don't think if you do this one, you would. The other ones,
You
we
don't
would
think,
all...
or
At
There's
this,
no way of knowing in
Helia
this place. There's no way of knowing in this place. Are you kidding me?
Steps
We've all
forward
been here
and-
together.
unravels her tools, the thieves' tools, and she steps forward. She stops. She's about eye level with you, just a little bit shorter than you, Morwen. But she looks and she raises an eyebrow and she says, "It's true about scaredy cats, then?" And she steps forward.
Oh.
And she is going to...
Die.
10 seconds pass.
Pokes her eye
20
out.
seconds pass. And you can see at first there is this swagger, this confidence, but then you can kind of see the movements become more kind of jerky.
Hey, whoa. Don't,
she's unable to
don't
pick
jerk
this up.
around. I know, I get
all
it.
right, all right.
She rolled a 2.
Oh, well.
Step aside.
You can see there's a moment where she resists as you try to kind of angle in, but after about a second, she just walks a couple steps away.
Hey,
Go ahead and
give
make
it
a
the
thieves'
old-
tools check.
Give the old college try.
That is an 18.
This is a fairly simple lock.
Oh, good.
DC's 15 on it, and so you
It's more
no
just which
problem.
one is it?
Yeah, you're no problem. You're able to pick this. 10 seconds, no more. Opens. The slot itself, you can see, almost separates like a cash register drawer, and as it slides out about 2 inches, the entirety of that panel vanishes. You all can see Morwen now slightly silhouetted from the faint bits of light that illuminate off the currency that is within. There is one shelf on the top, and the rest elements of just small coins. These coins a little different. There are ones from places that you have not been, but in terms of relative currency that you see roughly. There's a platinum bar. It's worth about 30 platinum.
I fucking hop on that.
That is what's on the top shelf. Also on the top shelf, there is a small sachet, and as you open the door, you can actually smell it, of incense. There is also a little, what looks like a little glass, like a makeup holder. I know a lot about
compact
makeup.
File?
Like a little compact, yeah.
Okay.
It's glass on the bottom with a twist lid, and within it, there is a gleaming powder of some kind. More when you would know it's diamond powder. There is an additional pair of lodestones. You can see a little hook on the left side where maybe a key at some point hung but no longer does. You also see at the bottom, there is approximately, give or take, 1,000 pieces of gold, along with 112 pieces of electrum. However, Morwen, you don't see any of this because your eyes are pulled to the
Cool.
right side where this long rapier hangs.
That's okay.
This
I thought you were gonna be like you opened it so you don't get to see it.
this weapon,
You get
You're
poked
high.
in the eye.
Yeah.
Rapier.
what pulls your eyes into this is that the weapon itself glows a faint purple as you open it, and then seems to kind of go out. But there is certainly magic. You can see this rapier seems to have almost this metallic star across the hand grip. The grip itself winds around, and then the hilt of this, at one point you can see probably held a gem of some kind. You actually look up at the edge, and you can see it's not that it did at one point. It does hold a diamond. This diamond so clear, it's almost as if it's not there. You would imagine it is certainly magical.
My detect magic is still on. Can I tell what's up with it?
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
This
just like the school, I guess.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm still
this-
just gonna like Abu and Aladdin it. Just
okay, you go towards it. Heinrich, you can see this faint glow. There is, I'm going to say, not necessarily a school of magic to this, but the magic that seems to be emanating from it, not dissimilar from magic that you've seen Guntir use. There is a divine magic about this item.
That's a special rapier there. I look to Morwen. I don't see anything
Cool
wrong
rapier.
with it.
I'm gonna start shoveling the
Walking towards
coins
it anyway.
and the electrum into my satchel, and then I'm gonna grab the incense and the diamond
Wait,
powder.
whoa, that incense I need.
I'm going to just also.
You
I
can
hear
have that.
Okay,
I hear
thank you.
someone scraping around, assuming that it's Guntir, and I'm just while I'm walking to the rapier, going to be like, "Dibs on the platinum."
Yeah, fine.
Guntir, you may add. Shae, are you trying to seize anything? You're faster than most. I mean,
Nope.
okay.
I would like a little bit. I helped here.
All right, yeah.
So
I'm gonna give him a couple coins.
Oh, I'll take. Could we
With
just
the
like actually be
incense.
We
So
can
let
just-
me-
magic
I will-
party
The
here.
electrum coins.
Quick thing. I will tell you guys everything that's within this if somebody wants to write it down, and then you can figure out how you want to divide it.
We'll do that later
Um,
during the break.
Sure. But the currency
Go
is this huge platinum bar,
Mhm.
112 pieces of electrum,
Okay.
1,034 pieces of gold,
Mm-hmm.
500 gold pieces worth of incense,
Oh.
50 gold pieces worth of diamond dust. That is that little compact.
Mhm.
There are 2 lodestones. There is this magical rapier. And then, Heinrich, is your inventorying all of this no longer subject to the scramble of Guntir or the wide-eyed, cartoonish grab of Morwen? In this moment, you see there is one other thing. There is this sort of, it has 8 sides. It's a token of some kind, made out of wood. You can see there's a tree on one side and a little feather on the other. And your magical thing is still up?
Yup, 10 minutes.
This glows with conjuration.
I'm going to be thoroughly inspecting that and taking it.
Sure. Snatch it up.
Octagonal pendant? What size is it?
You can add a wooden token.
Okay.
It's roughly the size of a token. Maybe about
Okay.
it's about, yeah, on the flat side of the face, it's like a golf ball size.
Okay.
Alright. I'll take the diamond dust and the lodestones, and as many coins as I can shovel in before Heinrich stops me.
We'll evenly somehow split all this up.
I'm going to say because you have the haversack, Heinrich, you're currently carrying anything unless you want to distribute it right now. But until you divide it up, currently Heinrich has possession of those things.
Sure, let's just do that. And we all have it. I'm not going to keep it. I don't... You know me. I don't actually go for this stuff. I just need useful things.
You promise
have
that if
money.
I need some Skrilla, you're gonna...
What
Yeah,
could you
yeah.
possibly
Alright.
need cash for in this
You can-
place?
I don't
Exactly.
know. I
You
mean,
can see
have to
Helia
buy
start
a new
reciting
bow.
Skrilla.
Look, I'm already carrying that giant band, that golden band, so like I don't.
oh
need that.
yeah,
It's you
you're
guys.
carrying the giant band. I still have the chains, right?
Yeah,
you do.
you have these massive
Yeah, it must be real
bandoliers.
tough for you.
Like,
Yeah, this thing is,
50 pounds of gold.
This thing's like 20 pounds almost. Nah, it's 15 about. There it
Oh
is.
wow, that must be really hard.
Can I touch the rapier?
Go for it.
The power! No.
You touch it, and there is an element of power to it. This rapier, in your hand, it feels lighter than it should be. It feels almost effortless to move it. Holding it, Morwen, for a moment, you feel pretty safe. You also feel this almost intense sort of awareness for just a moment, and then it fades. But there is certainly magic to this item.
It keeps.
I mean, it's up to you guys,
Good.
but sure. You
Yeah,
can add
no one
a-
else uses
I'm just
that.
I'm gonna be holding it, being like, I keeps. I keeps.
What's its
Yeah,
name?
whatever floats your boat.
Nine.
Helia's watching all the gold kind of be distributed, and she's kind of says, "I'm more of a dagger person myself, but I would like some of that."
Yeah.
That's
Once we're all
Skrilla.
out of here,
Okay,
whatever Guntir said, it's fine.
but I'm going to hold you to that, Heinrich.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we're both gonna. He's good for it. I'll vouch for him. Don't you screw this up.
Good lord.
And I'm just gonna
Well, there's
whisper
no
to
other way
Helia
out of
and be
here.
like, if he doesn't give it to us,
Yeah. Is
I'll
there?
just go grab it later.
Is this just a vault?
Well,
or
don't
is
worry, Morwen. I was going to just steal it myself.
Yeah.
Hey,
Shae, what were you saying?
Is
This
this
is a
just
dead
a
end,
vault,
isn't it?
or is there another exit out of here, or?
This seems to be a contained vault within itself, so it doesn't seem to have any exits aside from just the door.
Another
well, I'm
dead
glad
end.
we checked it out. But
Sure. Hopefully we can live enough to use it. Except for yours, you'll get to use that sooner to make sure we live. Why don't we try going back by the forge key through the wall again, and then investigate if there's another way, or at least maybe try to find the key, that brooch. Remember, we were looking for the brooch to get to Jared's office to get to the top, to get out the top.
yeah.
We need to find that if that's the way out. If he doesn't have it on him, obviously.
I mean, so when we checked all the keys, though, that was the only one that worked? I'm confused.
What?
There was like 6 keys.
So
6 key
the
holes.
brooch we
Wouldn't have
saw,
wanted to
I
touch
saw
the-
in the
It would get
flashbacks,
hurt quite
right?
badly.
When you say I, who do you mean?
Well,
not I.
So you, as Anasu, would remember.
Right.
Well, so I actually can't say because very technically, now that his memory is back, Anasu knows exactly where that pendant is. But you don't necessarily remember the exact flashback. You
But
may
he
or may not have seen
described it to us, right?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm thinking I try to locate object on it. Yeah, I'm gonna cast locate object.
Okay.
How long does that last, and can we keep it up while we move
I
around?
believe it's 10
Yeah.
minutes.
It's up to 10 minutes, and I can sense the direction of the object's location as long as that object is within 1,000 feet of me. If it's in motion, I know the direction of its movement.
So, Guntir, you focus on this object, this brooch that was described to you, and you feel the spell ripple out from you and go through stone and the floor and the ceiling and the wall. Nothing catches your attention.
I don't think it's in the immediate area.
Okay. Okay. Well, we know the location of the way into Jared's workshop. We've dealt with the things that were guarding it, so there shouldn't be, aside from latent traps and other things of that nature, left in this workshop area, this whole Dinman's Ward, to really threaten us. Traps being pretty bad sometimes in here, it seems, but...
And potentially Jared walking around, watching us steal all this crap.
I don't think he's around. I think he went into the Shadowfell a while
There's
ago.
also
Or
the
he's right behind you.
unknown adversary that is
This is
following
true.
us.
Right.
I don't know.
If
But,
the Shae, can we give a name to those people that were fleeing and chasing at the same time? Just so that I can say anything other than you're not friends.
I am not familiar with what they call themselves. They claim to follow what is known as the Ninth Path, but...
Okay. Can we call them the Niners? Is that fine?
You may call them
It's
what
dumb,
you wish.
but so are they.
They
not
are
literally.
anything but dumb, but yes. You may call them what you
Okay.
wish.
I'm gonna do that until someone else comes up with something better.
So you have decided to call the Ninth Path this separated sect of monks who seem to be capable of wielding shadow techniques that are relatively taboo to the Zinni. The Niners?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Just making sure I
For
had
now, as long as no one else has got a better thing. It's disarming, and it's also so off the mark that if we reference it in public, we wouldn't give away what we're talking about, potentially, if they have spies.
So.
So anywho, should we be
Morwen.
immediately worried for our physical safety, proximity-wise, of the Niners, if we were to
Absolutely.
continue exploring?
Oh, in here? They're likely not
In
here.
here.
They're
Okay.
likely not here.
Well then, let's quickly try to find a way up and out if we can. It seems that we've hit a dead end after dead end, and we just have to keep pushing unexplored areas.
Absolutely.
I have a question, actually, if I may.
A question for
Who
me.
are you
Arthur.
asking?
Yes, sure.
Okay,
Uh,
I'll lean back.
Because Necrotic too at the same time also kind of leans back.
We all take a step back.
I ready my healing light.
what is their goal in all of this, given it doesn't align with the dragon?
I don't know. To be honest.
Is it an end times thing, if I may also add into this? Is it something that would try to usher in a new age or bring something back like the dragons
My
so that they may
fear
gain
is
some
that they
sort of
align.
standing?
My fear is that they align.
Right.
I have a
right.
suspicion that they are attempting to further that progression of this age ending.
Right. And is that gate most likely tied to them? Based on what Crotic you saw and relayed at least to us, but more specifically to you, Shae. Is that gate something that we should try to destroy?
With all haste.
And you have no idea of where it may lead. Where does any other that's similar that you may have seen, where did those lead?
Would I know?
So Shae, I don't know if Shae or Tina remembers this, but specifically, Krodok had mentioned that the rune in the top of this supposed archway or arcane gate of some kind, massive, spanning 3 stories of this huge staircase that rises from the Ring of Silver to the Ring of Gold. You remember that he said that the only thing that he could read was this single rune in the center that was in Xinyi.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed similar to the markings that would indicate the halls of Dharma.
Right. Now that you say it, I do remember. There is a place back home for me that the closest that I can express to you would have some sort of spiritual meaning.
Mm-hmm.
The symbol on that gate that Krodok told us about, it aligns with that.
And is this a spiritual in a positive way, or is it a spiritual in like Azra is technically of spiritual nature?
It is a place where we go when we are discerning our trials to become the next step along our path.
So
We
it's
all
like
have spent.
challenging?
It's more of a meditative space.
You can see at this, the Aarakocra, Krodok nods. Before our trials, it is a place to reflect on what it is that we attempt to accomplish. Within our culture, our end goal is always to seek enlightenment through perfection, and this can mean many things to many people. Once you do go down there, there are a variety of rooms of many different kinds designed to aid meditation, however one might achieve it. For each, their path to enlightenment is different. It
What's
is a
the
large... The ninth what?
The 9th path. What's their path to enlightenment? And, I mean, all of this is all well and good, but how does it matter if they're reflecting? What's the danger in that? It's what...
When you ask the question, Guntir, you can see the feathers that indicate the sort of red hawk feathers of this Aarakocra ruffle a little bit. And he says, the ninth path is a reference to what we are. You may, and he turns to Shae, how much have you told them about what we do, about our ways?
To each is his own journey to find the path.
So
nods.
little to none is what she means.
You can see the eye focuses on you, but he is very much, this is like a red hawk face. And so you can see Shae, as he speaks to you, the eye is looking, and then it kind of loses focus as the other eye kind of zooms on you, Guntir. But he cocks his head a little bit, and he says, there are reasons for secrecy. They are not negative. They are not an indication of our trust. But there are things that would take far too long to explain, and time is something that we are running out of, I fear. Understand, there are rights. There are things that in this universe are always true. Them calling themselves the ninth path would indicate that they believe that there is another right or another way of doing things.
But you don't know what that way is.
We know based on those who have left, largely people like myself, they pursue power or martial prowess, perhaps. But aside from that, I could not fathom what their goals would be. And as he says this, there is a sadness to Krodok's voice that you're not used to.
Please understand,
I
Guntir,
feel like-
that they, within our culture, it is imperative for one to decide for oneself what their path is. To infringe upon that is an insult.
Okay, but what happens when their path collides with ours? Because I feel like that's what we're heading towards. And, what do we do then? If they're this big threat, we're gonna have to knock them off that path eventually.
Guntir, when two roads cross, they do not destroy each other. There are ways for paths to intersect. Perhaps destruction is not needed, but perhaps it will be. I cannot say.
Like this gate. Probably better off destroyed? Question mark?
Almost certainly. I
Okay.
don't imagine anything, unless we intend to use it, I don't imagine anything would come from it, and it is well defended.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Well, I just want to know what I'm up against, is all.
Well, in
think
terms
that's
of if we
pretty
get
fair.
into a scrap, I think you've already seen that.
Shae, in
Way back in Port
Zinyi,
Quinn.
product drops to Zinyi, and he says, Shae, is it worth divulging the different paths that we take, just in case it might help them?
If you feel it will help give them some context.
He nods. There's this brief exchange in Zinyi, and then to you, Guntir, Krodok says, if it does come down to a destructive path, those who have followed Hylon and apparently Crick, they tend to favor the spear, like myself. They're able to manipulate wind in ways that you would find hard to counter. There are some amongst those who can manipulate ki, this form of energy. You may have seen both Shae and myself freeze foes in their tracks. That is through that force that we are capable.
Okay.
Some amongst them are masters of that force and can manipulate it to change the way that you interact with this battlefield and perhaps even this plane. And then there are those that follow the path of the harming hand. It is not... You can see, even in this Aarakocra's face, a little bit of a smile crease. Though Shae is able to harm with her hands, the path of the harming hand is a taboo practice. Not illegal, but looked down upon. At
It
least...
is considered bad form to use against an honorable opponent.
Yes. But it allows its practitioners to channel their very life force into harming damage. It is not something I have a great deal of experience with.
Some below the belt stuff. I get it. See, this is what I want to know. I don't care about your paths. I take my own path. We've already established that. But I want to know what I'm up against.
Okay. Seems like you got your answer, Guntir.
Airbenders.
Should we encounter any of the more skilled members who have defected, I don't know that we will survive.
Well, you never know if we're gonna survive. I mean, we survived the robots.
You don't
When I
understand.
survived the
Gunter.
Wyvern date,
These are people who have trained myself and Krodok. And
Ah, so it's like the student must defeat the master situation we're up against here.
There is not one of us who would stand toe-to-toe with Crick.
Alright, well that's why we've got 7 of us.
6.
6.
it will
What
be
about-
Unless you get Scarf back.
You can see Helia is kind of counting people. She looks and says, just to be absolutely clear, I'm here to steal things from the gold glows. I would appreciate your help, and I'll help you get to the Ring of Gold because it furthers my own ends. But I'm not here to fight a dragon.
Well,
oh
we're
no, he
talking
was
about...
referring to Frank.
Yeah, I was talking about Frank. He's been with us the whole time. No one ever gives him credit, but I do.
Thank you, Guntir. I'll let him
I know how much he means to you, Morwen.
Truly. You know. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you know,
Anywho.
we've got you know, strength in numbers is what I'm saying.
Hopefully we won't have to confront them directly. Hopefully
Yeah,
their
but
path
if
will
we
just
do-
veer off away from us once we give it that
Then-
nudge.
We need to move faster.
Exactly. That's where I was
Agreed.
going as well. Back to the
Alright.
forge key, through the wall, through this other path we haven't explored yet. Because now this whole area, if I'm not mistaken, has been explored.
At this point, I believe, and I can double check, but I believe that you have explored the entirety of this floor.
Did we somehow double back and go through what was beyond the button door? That was behind the desk? Where we talked to Anasu?
That was the other entrance into the upper workshop, which you guys didn't go there, but you know that you would have to either use the arc light to get back to that mundane point, or go through the Guntir hole, which you guys closed. Yeah.
What was... No, you mean the arc light to...
Back to the front entrance, pretty much.
You could take the arc light to the front entrance and then
Oh, I
use
see.
one
If
of
I
the
use
reagents
the
to take it
if I
back
use the
to the
reagent
first
that I
floor.
had here. Oh, okay. I thought the arc lights were just like bipolar, like dipolar rather, like one here, one there. That's
Any arc light that, and now that you've used them a little bit, I would say you would know any of the arc lights. When you touch a reagent to it, it will lead you to
bring you
that,
to
arc
that
light.
one. Gotcha.
If you do not use a reagent, it will bring you back to the start.
Gotcha.
So it could be used as an emergency exit for anybody,
Right.
if we're talking like OSHA terms. But it is only you can only go in if you have the proper access.
Right. Okay. All right. So, and then
So-
now one last clarification. So that place on the other side of the Gunti hole, and then that door we have explored.
So thinking about it, you would imagine. I mean, actually, so no, through the Guntir hole. I forgot you guys like charged through
Yeah,
half of this level.
Exactly.
There is the entirety of the other section, correct? Yeah.
Right. That's what I was thinking. We have that whole area to check out. There's probably something, clues, keys, something. We gotta find
Brooches?
this. We gotta find this brooch, and it wasn't within your 1,000-foot reach or wherever the distance is.
It's a long.
Which is a pretty far away. So
Yeah.
I don't want to have to go all the way back down and out the fucking front entrance. I'd rather blow a hole in the ceiling at that point.
You can see Krata kind of tilt his head and look up. Where you guys currently are, not a terribly high ceiling, but you remember the chamber in which you fought those Azers. It goes up maybe 80 feet, maybe 100 feet. Actually, I think you guys established it was about 120 feet up. You would imagine not a terrible distance between the ceiling and the ring of gold above.
Yep.
Possible to blow. a
Yeah,
hole.
why don't we blast a hole
I
in
mean,
the
it's
ceiling
just
and just
attracts
climb up?
so much attention.
It certainly would.
It would just be like, hey, we're over here now. Everyone who's
just,
looking
you
for
know,
us.
We'll just have Guntir seek through it again and just like give us the okay.
I don't know if I can do that.
Well, didn't you like, you know, you did your little like
Yeah,
thing, you know?
Yeah,
when
but
I
I
thought
get-
you got smushed.
I get cramps though. You know, can only do it so much.
Well, this whole place is crampy.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you try going through 20 feet of dirt.
I
As
have, and I
riveting
can't.
as this conversation is, can we please get moving?
Where to is the question.
Yeah.
Further explore this floor, or go back out through the main entrance and climb our way up through the city on the outside.
Heinrich and Krata at this point steps forward. Oop, my Discord just froze for a second. I hope it didn't freeze on you guys.
Oh, you- good.
So, Krata steps forward and he says, to that point, perhaps we don't need to, and he looks at Guntir, be quite so loud in how we open the ceiling. But I am
So,
all
like-
for anything that will get us up there quicker.
Well, okay. Do you want to... Remember in the room with the... tendrils?
Oh, the
Were you-
rust monsters?
You carried Guntir up and he expertly deactivated that trap. the tunnels through the walls of the mountain as we climbed up before we came out in Koltaram proper.
Yeah, you can see nods.
Okay. Maybe Gunter's ability to change and mold stone, you could carry him up there and he could do that.
That's what I said.
That's what I just said.
That's what we just talked about. That he doesn't want to do that.
Are you listening?
No, not that you go through stone. Not the part where you got smushed, but you were actually in the wall. The part where you moved the wall out of the way.
I get cramps.
Ugh. Is
Oh,
cramps
dude.
really gonna be where we go double
You
back?
tried digging a hole 20 feet. I'm old.
Gunter. Is it really
No.
gonna kind of come down to cramps?
Give him a bigger share of the gold and maybe he'll do it. You gotta speak his language.
I don't even know if I can dig that much. Digging from the ceiling, it's
You
gonna
guys have
fall
like
off.
internal consulting fees within the finger gang.
Tell him you won't give him the diamonds.
What diamonds? I don't have any diamonds anymore.
Yeah,
Okay.
You have
listen,
diamond
Gunter,
dust.
what's it gonna take you to get up and go through that?
no,
I mean,
I'll take it
I'm
all.
saying-
You're so bad at this.
You
I
can
just
see
don't
Croddick,
think I can do it.
Croddick does kind of raise a little hand, and as he does, you can see the wings behind him kind of flutter a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that a
I mean,
thought?
I can try, but I don't know if I'm gonna.
Gunter, I could bring you up there.
All right.
That's
I
what I'm
still
saying.
don't know if I could do it, but I mean, I'm willing to give it a try. I just
Well,
am
that's
not
good enough for
confident
me.
that I'll be able to make it all the way through, because
you'll
I
be
will
fine.
probably get pretty tired.
So,
Maybe I take a nap and then try again. But
Oh.
you know, if we're talking
Oh, I
about
see.
time,
It's not a very effective way to do that, I see.
I don't know. You know, I'm willing to try.
It's the only thing I can think of short of blasting the hole open, giving away our position, or going all the way back to the entrance of this whole place, and then finding another way up outside. Well, relatively speaking.
All right. Well, you want to? All right. Let's go, Croddick. You can fly me up. We'll give it the old college try.
very well, Gunter. I think this will speed our progress along.
All right.
So-
well, if you think it, then I'm sure it'll work.
You guys progress back, kind of making your ways through the hallways of this place. You take the arcane lift, spiraling up and into this dark massive room. I would imagine one of you says "loose" now that you know the word. Does
I'm
anybody
gonna
say the
it
word?
loud so it echoes.
Okay. You say
It's
"loose." Morwen, as you say this, shoom, shoom, these big lights turn on. The space is illuminated. You feel this rapier tug. The lights come on. You guys find yourself within this massive space. Gunter, you see Croddick kind of comes forwards. He, in turn, now cracks his knuckles and takes a step forwards. Are you ready, Gunter?
Yeah, as ready as I'll ever be.
Careful, you two.
Oh yeah, no problem. Gunter, one huge burst of these Aarakocra wings carries you 20, 30 feet up. You up again, up and up and up and into the darkness, Croddick, past these two huge spotlights and into this sort of cone of shadow. You guys can still see them, but a little bit obscured. Gunter, you reach the top. Gunter, Croddick is now kind of like holding you underneath the arms. Your hands are up a little bit, kind of like a toddler, but he kind of stops. You can now, like, flapping. Gunter, where do I press you into the wall, or? And he's
Just bring me up close.
so awkwardly, kind of almost arching his back, the wings like fluttering to keep him afloat. He just pushes you into the ceiling. What are you doing?
I'm gonna start like trying to
His
dig,
face is just like against the
Uh,
ceiling.
and I'm gonna cast Stone Shape.
Okay.
I can do 5-foot square of moving the stone out of the way.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go 5 feet deep and see if that gets
Okay.
me through.
You remove and shape. You can see the stones themselves crawl out, the rocks breaking and reforming, and there is this 5-foot cube. More stone. 5 more
Alright.
feet.
I'm gonna, cast it again, 5 more feet.
The stone parts. Now, there is still stone above you, but you can see just bits of dirt. And from the very tip, you can see little bits of roots kind of protruding.
Oh. I'm gonna try to take the butt end of my axe and kind of just poke through.
Make an athletics check.
See, I'm trying to like gauge, do I need to cast it a third time?
Sure.
Probably gonna need to cast it a third time. That was a natural 1.
Don't drop
Athletics, I think that makes it like a 3.
Okay, so you tap it a couple times. It's hard to really discern anything because you don't dislodge any pieces. However, you think about it, there's this root here. There are plants that grow pretty deep roots, but you're unclear. You haven't seen the terrace of gold necessarily. So you don't really know what grows. You've heard a few things. Unclear. You would imagine with you can make a nature check if you want.
I'll make a nature check. It's very hard for it to be worse.
You say that.
That is a 14.
This root, it isn't this kind of spreading, fuzzy. It's not something small, so probably it's decently deep. You'd guess somewhere between 10 to 30 feet between you and the terrace above.
Well,
At this point, Karadok is now starting to kind of every now and then you're kind of bobbing up and down as the wings collapse, but now the amount that you're varying is becoming noticeably larger.
all right, I just hit some roots. Let's take a break.
Okay.
Bring us back down.
And it's a fairly heavy landing. Guntir, you are jostled in Karadok's arms, but he does let you down.
Turbulence.
We found roots, is
Yeah.
what Karadok says to all of you.
Yeah,
There's dirt.
I mean, I think we're probably like still maybe 10 to 20 feet below the surface, judging by the fact that I found some roots.
I have a thought. If it's dirt, it's easy to move out of the way more than stone, right? Was it tightly packed?
I mean, no, because there were the roots, but I also don't want a tree falling on me when I get through.
Well, sure. I have a thought, and I'm gonna take the decanter
Okay.
off my neck, and I'm like, so Ortude told me that, and I've never used this part. Ortude, not Ortune, correct, right?
Ortude, the druid of the Circle of the Sands,
Correct.
is the one that you met. Ortude, with an N, is his brother who you have not met in the Stone Wild.
Right.
Across
So Ortude-
across the short sea and in the Sunrest Islands.
And like a year ago, literally. More than that, I don't know. Less, I don't know.
No, you guys, since you met Ortude, you
Not in
it's
game. I mean
been-
in real life.
Oh yeah, it's been a
In
year.
real life, it's been like over a year.
Yeah,
I remembered his name. So there's a function that this thing can basically shoot a torrent of water out, and if it's dirt, that's an easier way of wasting your efforts. If you just sat down a little bit out of the way of that hole you made, just blast it, and then just get out of the way.
You're
Like-
saying that I used the pressurized water from your magic water bottle
Yeah,
to
to shoot the
To
dirt out of the
sweat
way.
the mud away. Okay,
Sure.
well,
Yeah,
we've
it's
gotten
worth a
this
shot.
far. Why
It's
not?
worth a
Yeah,
shot.
another college try. Love it.
You
Okay.
can see just a little bit in Karadok, the shoulders sag.
Not immediately.
Are we-
Take your time. Take your
Okay.
time.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take our time, but hey, Karadok, I mean, you're the one who said to do this.
I'm not complaining. I just needed to catch my breath. For
Yeah,
a
no,
moment.
we're catching our breaths.
So
I'm not,
five
I don't wanna
minutes
get
go by.
cramps either.
And Gunter, very concerned with the cramps. You stretch and limber up a little bit. But are you taking the decanter of endless water and attempting to power wash your way through?
I guess so.
Okay. Gunter, you go back up 80 feet, 100 feet, 120 feet. You now can see this route kind of stretching down with the wind generated from Krodik's wings. You can actually see little bits of dirt kind of crumble down, strike you in the face, and fall to the floor. You hold the decanter, and do you speak, I think it's torrent is the word?
Geyser.
Geyser.
I guess. I assume that Heinrich has told me that that's what I need to do.
Yes, I would imagine.
Heinrich, what do I do to turn this thing on?
It echoes in this massive space.
Geyser.
Okay, so Ian, there's a
Geyser,
message.
sure.
You hear very calmly.
Wait, hold on. Is
Heinrich's
this
voice.
range safe? I don't want to be like abusing the range of this.
I believe
thing
it's. I want to say
frequently.
it's 200 feet.
120. We're good. Yeah.
120, cool. So exactly, it's actually a little bit static, as if you're going through a rough zone.
Yeah.
But you understand, yeah. So you do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, Geyser.
Okay. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh God, it's always Dex.
You do a lot of dumb stuff that requires not falling or being crushed.
I mean, I do it for the team.
Yeah, and we bring you back to life for it.
That's a 16.
Okay,
Okay,
so
you're good.
you speak the word geyser. There's this fire hose that turns on. Krodik spirals downwards. He completely lets go
I
of
love
you.
this, like...
You begin tumbling in free fall. Krodik is able to right himself after falling about 30 feet. There's dirt coming down. Elements of rocks collapse. And suddenly, in this cone of shadow, daylight, a single shaft, as it stretches down, it creates almost like a spotlight of dirt on stone. And Gunter, you are falling through the spotlight.
I'm gonna try to turn the geyser to shoot downward now.
I love it. Make a.
This is like one of those like hydro jetpack things.
You can slide a hand check for me, Gunter.
This is amazing.
You can hear Gunter's voice screech as he's tumbling down.
It's like one of those Doppler effects though, where it's like.
Sleight of hand. That is also a 16.
Okay. Gunter, you kind of half muscle, half twist this thing over, and in the brief moments that you do, I'll say, instead of taking, what is this, 120 feet, okay. You take 14 points of force damage as you into the ground.
I'm running over to him, healing him immediately.
As he's going down, you can see Gunter muscle the water down, and the last elements of this torrent of water, you kind of awkwardly go out to the side like a whoopee cushion that's just using the last little bit, or like a balloon deflating using the last little bit, and then you kind of splat down, wet, muddy. You kind of look up, and still dirt hits you and gets in one of your eyes. Your platinum hair is streaked with filth, but all of this is kind of overshadowed by the fact that there is a ring of daylight, or a spotlight of daylight now from this hole into the ring of gold above.
When I see Gunter falling out of control, I'm running over being like, oh dear, and I feel solely responsible for this idea, so I heal him.
Heinrich!
You watch
okay,
as
Gunter,
Gunter strikes the ground. There's a last kind of water, and he slides like 5 feet across the stone.
Yeah.
Heinrich! Do the thing.
Yeah, the thing. Yeah, I'm on it. And then, oh, the thing. Yes, the thing. And minor illusion, mission accomplished with a little bit of like fireworks and like confetti.
So you remember the last time that Heinrich did it? It was this half-hearted kind of boom. This time it is a full scroll that unwinds, little fireworks going off. Mission accomplished in combat.
I'm just like lying on the ground like.
And then I heal him I'll just use
I actually have. I mean, I just lost the temporary 10
that's right.
that you gave me, and 4. So
It should be 11 now, by the way, every time I rest, because I'm a level higher. So
okay.
everyone gets 11
So
temporary hit points whenever you short
I
or long
lost-
rest.
Oh, I hate
3
all those.
points of damage. I think I'm okay.
So as Gunter kind of collides and everything, most of that kind of faint shimmer from this arcane divine shield that seems to emanate off Heinrich as you all sleep, and he does not. It just vanishes from Guntir. He is again sort of this kind of flat, almost matte against the gloss of the rest of the universe for just a moment, and then he kind of regains his breath.
Indeed.
Matt.
It's a pun. But at the moment, you can see Guntir kind of struggling to his feet in this ring of daylight. Suddenly, Guntir, a shadow crosses as Krodek lowers himself down through the sunlight and lands next to you. You see Heinrich, who approaches, and the mission accomplished banner goes up. Helia actually claps slowly.
I think we all do. I joined the clapping.
A couple of claps kind of begins. A slow clap. It echoes in this place.
I'll take that back from you. I don't want you to hurt yourself again. I do appreciate that.
Alright. It could come in handy, but,
Well, right. That's why.
for me, it could be handy for me. But here, fine. It's yours. Take it. Take it.
You know what? No.
Take it.
You've earned it with that. I haven't used it as effectively as... Well, I do need it for the bowl. That's the only problem. So
I'll take it.
If I ever need to call Big Guy again... Not now, because your idea is very correct
your
on...
ball. How about that? You think that would work for that guy?
Works for
My
your
spit.
eyes.
Call him into my spit.
The
I don't
bowl
like
itself
him.
holds about 4 cups of water. So, I mean, theoretically, yeah, saliva would work. You need 4 cups of it. But
Look, I'll take it back for now, and I'll give it to you when we need your creative input again.
the creative input, I like it.
Oh, that's
So-
good. That makes me feel better.
Finger gang, you guys find yourselves within the top portion of Dinman's ward, the light shining down on you from the single opening, maybe a little larger than a fist-size opening into the Golden Terrace, which has this unnatural daylight that is spreading through it. It is 10 o'clock, so that's where we're going to take our break. But when we come back, we can figure out what exactly you guys want to do with this newfound path into the Ring of Gold, where Kinescale, the Purple Tyrant, awaits.
Ooh.
But it is 10:02. We'll be back in 10 minutes at 10:12. We'll see you then. welcome back to Adventures in Alberon. Thank you so much for those of you who stuck with us through the break. I also wanted to acknowledge a couple other people. A lot of people in the chat, but I closed out of my chat, and so it only loads the things from when you load back in. But I did want to thank Baron Quack and Irish Dad 04 for following along in the adventure. Talon, of course, for the bits. DOS, the Nat 30s for the bits. And then, of course, Sumiwa for following for 9 months straight, or for subscribing for 9 months straight. Thank you very much. All that kind of support helps a ton. It helps us do a lot of cool things. We have a lot of stuff on the horizon. The art and all that kind of stuff comes from you guys, so thank you very much for that. I also wanted to point out that there is a sale going on in our store. So if you want a Finger Gang t-shirt, or you want an Adventures in Alberon shirt, or there's a couple other things in there, you could use the code Labor Day to save 30% off. So definitely, yeah, I know, right? So definitely, now is a good time. But aside from that, we can get right back into our game. Finger Gang, when we left off before the break, you had finally found your way, or at least created a small opening to the Ring of Gold, the Terrace of Gold, the place that the gold glows, the ruling clan of the entirety of Kulturam. It's where they make their residence, and where Kinescale seems to also be basing her operations. What would you like to do?
I would like to take this opportunity to backtrack a little bit and just see what's up with the rapier when it did the tug.
Okay, so what would you like to do to kind of try to figure out what's going on with the rapier?
Shing. I take it out.
Okay. Sorry about that. That was real loud. So, you pull this rapier out, and it shines with this brief kind of like a flash of magic that seems to ripple from the diamond and the hilt across. First, the handguard spiraling around, striking the middle of that metallic star and expanding out and across the blade. It's gone in an instant. Certainly magical. You look at it and kind of wave it around. You would imagine that this is an item that requires being attuned to really kind of A, receive the benefits, and B, sort of understand what it does. Or maybe there are spells that would work. But without that, there isn't too much that you would know from looking at it. You're not proficient in Arcana, correct?
Not in the slightest.
Make an investigation
What
check.
is magic?
Make an investigation check.
Ooh. Oh. Well, no, it's still not bad. 18.
That's really not bad.
No, I thought I added more, but then that's my intimidation, which is no, you asked for it.
No, I mean you can. Yeah. Tell me
your
your
secrets!
Jinx.
Gross.
You examine the sword very carefully, and you actually get an idea. You've seen a few of the older sword makers in Dungannon, in and of itself a very old city. There's usually a crafter's mark underneath the wrappings on the handle. So you unwrap part of the sort of leather wrappings around where your hands would go, and there is a single word in Elvish. Loose. The name of the sword is Light.
Light butts. I like the sound of that.
Butt lights.
No.
Yo, can I get a butt light?
Oh, stop. Everyone, please.
Can't tell if that's a beer.
Joe,
or a
can you
cigarette,
just do
but-
another one? I would like to
No,
opt for. No, I'm just
I'm
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Anywho.
I'll take
Butt
a
light.
butt heavy.
No.
All right.
And that's even like a fairly specific Boston reference, like Bud Heavy and Bud. I think that's like not like a.
New England. It's a
sorry.
very, it's a very New England thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, New England.
All right.
And if
okay,
you
I'm
mix
gonna
Bud Light and Bud
back
Heavy,
up.
you get Bud Medium. So
My favorite.
Hunter's
All
Pub.
right, so I'm just gonna put it away, and I'll get back to that later.
Makes sense.
You put it back in the sheet.
That's what happened then.
So who's
Sure
first,
does make
Morwen?
sense, you're right.
You or me? And I motioned
Huh?
up. Who's first? You or me?
start doing my stretches.
So,
Me.
before we just literally burst through the ground into what I assume is going to be a dragon's maw, perhaps we should strategize?
All right, we all dressed up like plants, so when we pop out, we are already disguised.
Morwen, you are.
And I
A
put on
gem.
my mask.
But
And
for
I
real.
am a turnip.
You watch as Morwen pulls down. It's like a canvas sack with the eyes cut out.
And the ears
It's
cut out. So it's
yeah,
just
it's frightening looking.
Oh, you're the garden bed liner. Someone's pulled up.
Oh,
No, I think they were onto something with, hey, strategize through reconnaissance. The two of them, very easy to not be detected.
okay.
Shae is faster though, so maybe she should go up so she can, run away if she needs to.
I don't think anyone's going up and staying up. I think it's more of a poke your head up and look around kind of situation, right? Is that what everyone's thinking too?
We at least
You
need to
guys
get an
going to
idea
attempt
of
to
where
go
we're
for
coming
this?
up.
Well, Shae's got better eyes than me, and this bag kind of skews my vision a little, so,
So, are we gonna like...
As Morwen moves her head around to talk, you can see every now and then like an eye disappears as it shifts.
Yeah,
it's
just
big.
shifts.
So yeah.
You could take the bag off.
that would give away our disguise.
I would say, Shae, you definitely have the best chance at recovering information about the environment out of anyone here who can easily reach that area.
Then I'll go. I'm gonna turn to Krodok and... Do you mind?
You wanna like bring a rope with you to drop down or something so we don't all have to get airlifted?
That's a good point.
Sure.
And who's gonna keep it up there?
I can tie it to the
Who?
tree.
Tie it off to the tree that
Guntir
is
said there were roots. There's gotta be
presumably
a
at
tree.
the roots. Yeah, tie it to some roots or something.
Okay.
I think I have a long enough rope for this.
I
Oh yeah,
believe
you
you
have
do.
like 100 foot because it's tied twice.
I have like
No, more than that. Yeah,
Sure.
Morwen, because every time you guys do any kind of climbing, Morwen just keeps all of the gear at the end.
yeah.
I have made a point to keep my rope. Not
Yes,
that
and I believe you have,
because now I can teleport.
I think you have pythons also.
Yeah, I do.
I believe I have 3. I have one rope that's 90 feet at
Oh.
least.
Yep.
So
Take it.
Krodok takes out an additional 30 feet of rope and ties that off. So you guys end up with 120 feet of rope exactly. You'd imagine it'll come down about 10 feet with the amount of tying that you have to do, but easy enough for you guys to reach up and grab. Guntir, yeah, so Krodok takes you, and you've flown with Krodok before. This is something that actually for you brings back quite a few good memories of soaring through the cold, snowy air within the north, through the mountain range, past the peaks of Triumph, and throughout many parts of the monastery's more distant areas. You take off, you reach the top, and without too much trouble, you can tie the rope if you wish.
Yeah.
Tie it to this protruding element of root. There is perhaps a fist-sized hole. Looking up, you can see there is daylight coming down. You would see from this vantage point, in front of you, there appears to be painted white, a trellis. And on it, there are vines that grasp, and these small... make a perception check. It is a small hole that you're looking through.
That's a 30.
That's why she went.
Your eye narrows, the golden iris kind of zooming in, and you can see on this vine there are these small berries. 3 berries on each one, like 3 individual berries attached, little clusters of 3, and each of them is almost, they look almost like golden grapes. They do have a metallic sort of luster to them.
Okay. Gonna kind of shimmy my way up the hole. Like,
So this is about a maybe about this wide. So you could push your face up into it, perhaps.
can I like dig my way out a little bit?
Yeah, make an athletics check.
I'm sorry, I'm just visualizing she just put her face in
It's
and
a
imagine
natural
like
20.
walking around your garden and there's just a face looking up at you.
Good morning.
Cabbage
Shae.
Patch Kid.
You reach your hand up and you grab the root that you attached this this rope to, and you begin you're holding on now with one arm. Karadek kind of goes 10 feet back, and it's just Shae with one arm dangling 120 feet in the air. No problem for you, Shae. You pull elements of rock and dirt away. Guntir, below, you have to actually dodge as a larger rock kind of rolls down the floor. Dirt is now cascading down this beam of sunlight, which is now growing wider. And Shae, without any issue, you make a larger hole. There's about 10 feet of dirt, and you climb your way through roots, through elements of, you can see small insects and things that have taken residence within this. There is more roots as you get up. You see there is this kind of faint green gold grass, not withered and dying, but itself seeming to have almost a metallic luster, very faint. But you pull yourself up, you look around, you can see this trellis, part of maybe 3, or you look across maybe 6 of them, each maybe about 15 feet long, 10 feet high, and covered in these vines with these berries attached. The leaves themselves dark green, variegated with streaks of what look like almost silver. You can see off to your right, maybe 30 feet away, there is a perfectly half-circle pond. There are lily pads in it, although with a perception check of 30, they're silk. You can see that they float within. And you also see, just passing, there's a bridge that goes over, you would imagine, another part of this sort of pond off to the side, but you do see a being. An unusual being. But given your memory and your keen eye and you having interacted with this person, you've seen a creature similar. You can see about 5 feet tall, skin almost like an umber, like an orange. And then as she shifts, you can see it fades across like reds and browns, all the colors of autumn. As she walks, she wears this scarf, which is it's almost like this red metallic cloth that goes around and then cascades out into leaves in long trails. She walks and just kind of leaves your sight. She passes over the bridge and out of sight. You can see as you turn and try to follow her progress. Turn on pages. She walks into a very narrow but long, perhaps 120, 200 feet, spanning the entirety of the terrace. There is like an orchard. In this orchard, you see trees that seem to have they're fairly straight, like the trunks are like stock straight. You can see it rises and then becomes suddenly a canopy. It's rich brown bark, almost mahogany in color, and the leaves seem to be, again, the colors of autumn, but shifting more towards yellows and pale oranges. Dangling from these leaves with a perception score of 30, you also see perfectly golden apples.
Wonderful. Any other buildings in the general area, or does this look more just like a garden?
As she walked across the bridge, she did pass a couple of what look like little stone benches. And then past the slight canopy of this orchard, you can't see doorways or anything, but there is sunken into the mountain itself, maybe 30 feet in, and then a massive wall. There is what seems like an opening that goes all the way up, so you could probably walk and continue into the mountain. You'd imagine that is the Gold Glow estate proper.
Okay.
But you can't really make out the door or any details through the orchard of golden apple trees.
Okay. Cautiously, I'm gonna make my way up, and I want to get a little bit closer to get a little bit better sense of where we are and where we're going, but stealthily.
Okay, make a stealth check. As you climb up, and as you all see Shae's feet disappear into this hole, Krodok seems to wait and then returns to the ground. He lands. Who's next?
I can climb. Don't have to worry about me. I do want to just
He
say
looks at your
loose.
armor and kind of nods.
Yeah, I just want to say loose to turn the lights off, just in case people look down the hole. It's a lot easier to not see.
Sure.
I guess, unless we're climbing. Which
Yeah,
Easier
and
to
they'll
not
fall to
see.
their deaths.
Hey,
So, you.
No,
watch that,
not
Joe.
shaming you. I'm just
Oh
saying.
no, not
that's what's
reacting to
gonna happen.
that. Reacting to
Oh, okay.
that's
The lights
give
go
yourself a
off.
strike.
The lights go off. You all find yourselves in darkness, save this now larger cone of light from above, kind of moving and shifting with bits of dirt and rock as Shae still moves up. What was your stealth check, Shae?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. All right. You guys don't see Shae, but you can kind of see shifting of the light as she makes her way up. Krodok is now. So who's next?
Well, take a break, buddy. Let's
And
strategize.
he points to the rope. You can all begin to climb. It's just I do need a moment, but we can start.
Well, take a break. Take a breather. We gotta strategize.
You can see he just kind of waves a hand. He's not going to continue to try to explain that is what he's doing. Shae, you make your way kind of hand over hand. You get up, and for anybody out, and luckily there's nobody out on the terrace, but your head pokes up. You can see the terrace itself is maybe 120 feet wide. It protrudes from the mountain by about 45 feet. You can now see, kind of leaning out, the pathway leads through the orchard and then into a massive space. The size of it, it's well lit, and you can see the floor seems to be a beautiful white marble. But you can't see from your vantage point without walking out into where the bridge is. You can't see too far into it.
Okay.
You see the shifting colors that would indicate there is water within this room. You see like the splash of water light reflecting on the elements of floor and wall that you can see.
Is it possible to kind of move through the trees a little bit? Just
From
to-
where you are, the trees are about 50 feet away.
Okay. Moving in the direction of the building, or
Yep, the direction of the
Okay.
building.
Cool. I think what I'm gonna do is end up making my way back down the rope.
Okay. So
Wait,
you,
where's the rope secured to? What is it?
some of the roots that are protruding
I see.
through from, and so actually, Shae, a point of fact, you can now see the roots like trace in. These roots probably spread because it's not a terribly deep, and there's a lot of rock beneath this dirt. You would imagine that the roots of these trees spread out and like fan across the entirety of the terrace. It is probably what keeps the dirt bound together, keeps this structure relatively sturdy, because you now know beneath you there's only 10 feet between this massive terrace and this cavern below. But for what it's worth, you can easily make your way down the rope. As Krodok is catching his breath, you suddenly see the light for just a moment go completely black as Shae fills the space and then descends. The light now kind of casting her in a silhouette. But before too long, you are all back and at the base of this rope. What would you like to do?
Relay all
Tell
of
us
this
the
information.
deets.
Is it safe? Are we able to hide when we get up there? What?
So Shae kind of goes over the details. She tells you what she's seen.
Oh. So what are we looking for up there? I know you want to get the treasure.
Well, yes. So probably not on the terrace itself. We'll need to go into the Gold Glow estate. It should go without saying. If you feel like vandalizing anything, Guntir, this is the time to do it. Anything that you'd like to take that's not nailed down, feel free to do so. And if we have the
So-
time, you can unnail it and take that also.
So open season.
I would like to rob this family blind.
That
And she
sounds good
nods.
to me.
But the thing that I would like more than most, there is an axe that I would like.
Am I to understand you know the layout of this place? You have intel. You know where you're going.
past a certain point, I have a little bit of information, yes. I know what the room that we're looking for looks like. I know there is a hidden door within that room, and I know the right book to look behind.
So, knowing all this, you must have an inside man, huh?
An inside woman, but her insides are a little bit more outside now.
Oh.
Is there anyone else who would be complicit in our scheming and stealing? Or
Are you
we on
asking, do
our
we
own
have a
up there?
contact up there?
Well, I'm asking, did your contact have any allies who would want to continue the fight? As it
Kind of looks around, and she looks at Chronic for probably the longest, and then Shae, and then turns back. Less an inside woman and more of a kidnapping situation. She wasn't an ally necessarily, and sometimes when we ask questions, we ask them rather hard.
Okay.
Hmm.
So no one is gonna want to help in this situation up there.
I did tell you the reason why I bear so much animosity towards the Gold Glows,
Yeah, you
didn't I,
don't
Guntir?
need to remind me. I'm just saying, you know. So, we go in, we get it, we find the room, we leave. We gonna try to deal with this dragon. What's our
boy.
game plan?
I'm here for the axe, but what you do is your business.
Well, that's what I'm. So I was asking that.
Yeah, I mean, without knowing any about our weakness or...
The dragon is secondary.
Well, what's primary?
Apparently this gate.
This gate.
And we can reach it from up
If
here easier than
there
from down
are
below.
Any items equivalent to what we found in the heart, those are a priority.
Might be one of these things that the Golglows seem to have then. You mentioned a few other things besides the axe that are big deals.
Well, big deals in a way, but the axe is something that belongs to my family, and it would be a good step towards returning the Cold Rock clan to where they should be.
Right.
The rest is all negotiable. Of course, I'd like some of these items, but if you find them, more power to you. Once I have the axe, I have people I'd like to see.
Yep. 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 Okay, well.
I think
All
we
right.
should just
So
up
we going
and-
stealthy? Try to
Yeah.
create a diversion. What are we doing here?
I don't think
Less
we want
attention,
to
the
do that.
better.
Yeah.
Stealth would
But
be
let's
the ideal
also-
option.
Let's also make sure to mental note this place, so if we do need to go find a safe spot, we can at least come back down here.
Sure, and I can disguise the hole if we can make it through unseen at least.
Okay.
What are you guys doing?
I'll go up last because I'm noisy.
Okay. Who's going up first?
I'll go up.
Okay, so Morwen, you begin to go up. Are you going to try to be stealthy in emerging? Okay. Make a stealth check. Actually, I would say this is a group stealth check since it seems like you guys are not going with a diversion, more of a more subtle approach.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey.
I'll go up after
Oh wait,
Morwen.
disadvantage. Hey, okay, even with disadvantage, hell yeah, I got a 17.
Oh, wait, yeah, disadvantage. Oh,
Croddick got a natural 20.
Well,
dang.
bye.
That feels bad.
Feels
I
bad
went
when
from a 17 to a 4.
Ooh.
I got a 17 and a 14. So that I
Hey,
know,
that's
I
pretty
know
good.
how that I saw that ledge you fell off.
Morwen
23.
and Shae.
21.
Okay. You guys make your way up this rope. It is not a silent ascent by any means. There's
I
a
got
lot
a
of
cramp!
coughing, a lot of Guntir getting cramps. However, you do emerge onto this terrace and it is empty. You can actually hear the sounds of things happening below. Below there is a living, active city. But you emerge into this terrace. You see the vines and the golden berries. You see this large, straight trees with the golden apples hanging about 15 feet above. And beyond all that, you can see there is this big opening in the mountainside itself. The sort of face of it has been flattened, but there is a straight floor to ceiling, probably about 60 feet tall, this opening, perfectly rectangular. You also see this pool, the bridge.
Well, I am first and foremost, once everyone's up, gonna take my rope back and give Roddick his little portion.
Okay, so you
So
pull
we're
the
just
rope
gonna fall
back
down
up.
if we
And
need to.
Huh?
We're gonna fall back down if we need to.
Heinrich won't.
Or we just
I
climb
won't.
back down.
And one
I
other
don't leave-
won't.
I'm not gonna leave my rope.
All right.
So, you guys all
Is there a
now
way to like
Can I
cover
take
this
the
hole?
bag
Then?
off?
Holy
Sorry.
shit! Let's cover this hole. If we're gonna walk away with that, I'm not gonna leave our secret escape / entrance open.
I didn't think you were. You already said you were gonna cover it up.
No. That was if we needed to hide, like running away and ducking down real quick. I can't maintain an illusion at a distance for that long.
It doesn't have to be an illusion. Just pack the dirt.
I'm gonna just like kind of close the circle a little so that it's still like you could easily just like punch back through, but like the top is covered.
Unless you're using magic for it, make a sleight of hand check.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little difficult. Huh?
I mean, you
Nice,
guys all
that's a
climbed
19.
through this hole. Okay,
I
so
know,
Guntir,
it-
it does take you some time.
I'll help him to speed it up if that's possible.
Yes.
The dirt's probably wet, so
You
you
got
kind
it.
of pack.
Okay, we'll say
Pack
you
it
guys do quickly kind of cover this up. It would have taken you some longer time. You can see Guntir struggling a little bit, and so Heinrich, you bend down, you help. You guys all pitch in a little bit, and you manage to cover it. You would imagine you could pretty easily just kind of kick it in if you needed to. It's not well disguised by any means, but it's if you're not looking for it, you probably won't find it.
Yeah.
Or a person who finds that by accident.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody steps on it, they're probably going to fall. 125.
I-
Probably be fine.
I mean, you guys could all survive it probably, but just
not
a
us,
guy,
but I'm
a
just
guy
saying,
is
yeah.
not.
A guy
Yeah,
with.
But
the-
we
the
don't
baby
want anyone
points.
up here to survive.
Maybe the dragon will step on it. No.
Oh no, my ankle.
So,
All right.
you guys look across. It is fairly quiet, save the slight bustle of city noises below you. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna take
We're
the
50
bag off
feet
my
from
head, by
the
way.
apples.
From where you guys are, yeah, about 45, 50 feet from the apples. You take your bag off your head.
All right. hell
I guess lead the way, Helia.
Well, there only seems to be one entrance, so she begins to walk hesitantly, but towards that sort of gap. She,
yeah. Is there
I'd say-
cover along the way?
I
so
wanna
there's
eat some
these
of those apples.
vines, and you guys make it no problem across the sort of brick path into the line of trees. There's two lines of trees actually, but they're fairly dense. Guntir, you want to take one of these apples?
I'm taking many of the apples.
Okay.
Not so many that it's noticeable that they're like missing a bunch, but I'm gonna like take one or two from each tree as we pass
So
by.
you're
and
5'2",
get a bundle.
correct? But you
Yeah.
slouch.
Yeah.
These apples, the lowest ones that you can see, there's a few about 10 feet up. So as you kind of wave your stubby little dwarf arms, just out of reach without some additional.
Heinrich, use your hand.
Oh.
Get me some of those.
You know what?
No.
I'm going.
I'm
to,
hungry. Give me some apples.
I'm
So
going
really
to
tasty.
shimmy up a tree.
Okay. As you guys are like, no, and you just, nobody really sees Morwen kind of shimmying up. You
No
get
one
up,
ever
no
sees Morwen.
problem. I mean, you have a climbing speed of 15 feet?
20.
20? Oh, no problem. Yeah, you shimmy right up 15 feet. You see there's maybe 5 or 6 gold apples in range.
It's open season.
wanna-
Everything's fair game.
What can I see from up here? Is it any better of a vantage point?
Make a perception check. Certainly is.
Not just one.
That is a
Really?
22.
You gaze across. You now kind of up. I'll say you actually kind of pick your way through the branches and get up above the canopy. You can see now the golden terrace. You can see below it. It drops about 100 feet to the ring of gold around. You can see here and there are dwarves kind of walking. You actually see the pond kind of to the south of where you are and off to the east a little, or to the east a little bit. You can see this very, very tranquil pond. The water itself does look just a tiny bit scummy. You would see very clearly there's nobody walking through this park. There are people who are markedly going around it to go to what looks like a very large closed market, kind of like an old mall. But you notice people walk all the way around it and then back around to go in. So people are certainly avoiding it. You turn your attention towards the actual terrace itself. You can see right in this it's only about 10 feet wide, but it goes all the way up to the ceiling. But in the middle of it, kind of walking through now, you can see again that creature that Shae saw. You actually haven't seen it, so you see now. Similar to the Eladrin merchant that you guys very briefly crossed paths with in Captain's Keep, although this one not swathed in all kinds of sort of mysterious clothing. This one wearing very, very simple, just like a little brown dress that sort of almost like a tube top and then goes down to just below the knees. And then this sort of looking at it and with that perception score and from where you are, there is a faint glow to this sort of scarf that then becomes leaves of the fall colors that seem to trail behind. You can see actually, even from here now, her hair is incredibly messy. It's dark brown. There are leaves actually tangled within it. There are elements in the front that are actually almost kind of dreaded together. But she disappears through the doorway into a room that you can actually see a decent amount of. The floors in the space are white marble, tiled the entirety of this massive space, hundreds of feet back. You can see there is another bridge that spans a shimmering golden pool. There are elements of kind of filigree, although from this distance, that's close to 200 feet away, you can't make out any particular patterns or writing. And then beyond that, you can see there is a long hallway that leads further into the building. From your vantage point, you can actually see there's another hallway on the eastern wall that seems to head into the mountain. And you see this woman now walking, and she stops by the water. She's too far away to hear anything that she's saying. You hear faint melodies, almost a sad tune. She seems to be humming. But she seems to be doing something with the water. But that is what you see.
I'll shimmy down.
Okay.
And maybe kick off an apple.
You hear this kind of as all the leaves shake, and then Warren, roll a d20.
Oh.
I feel like I'd be gesturing like,
14.
Come on, Heinrich. Give me an apple, just one.
On the ground, you actually see two of these golden apples fall.
Ah,
You're gonna say something like, they explode. Okay. I'll shimmy down and explain everything that I saw.
Okay.
I'm gonna
What
go
relays
grab
all
the
of this?
apples.
You can add 2 golden apples to your inventory. They don't feel heavy as if they're made out of real gold. You look at them closer now that you have them in your hands, and you can actually see as you turn it and kind of press the skin, it's not like metallic. This is an actual edible fruit.
Oh, I hope so, because I was going to take a bite.
Okay. So, Guntir, you take this apple, your eyes glow as you reach in and you bite into it. It's crisp.
Quiet. I'm gonna take a quiet. I'm gonna
Even as a quiet bite,
Quiet bite of an apple.
He doesn't have
Okay,
teeth.
your one tooth crisply cracks into it. The flesh. It's cold, refreshingly so. And the flavor of it, less apple and almost like you can actually feel there's carbonation to it. It's almost like sparkling cider, the juices that flow into your mouth. The taste is sweet and tart, these two flavors almost dancing around each other. It's this effervescent flavor. As you guys watch,
melody of flavor.
Guntir, you would imagine you're not proficient in history, are you?
no, I don't think so. History?
Okay. You don't really know much about this, but as you eat this apple, you feel great.
I feel pretty great after this apple.
Well, good. Now let's and Morwen, is there an entry point to this estate that we could get into?
I mean, I don't know if that was the estate. There's certainly an entry point.
Is it safe?
I mean, we could go find out. There's someone over there.
Okay,
I told
so
you
no.
everything.
All right.
Pay
Morwen.
attention.
Morwen,
Worth remembering
give
for
me
all
some
of you.
more of those.
You guys have been progressing through Dimmon's Ward, through this dangerous trapped labyrinth. You're in a residential area basically now. So you would imagine probably it would be very difficult to live in a place where there are traps around every step.
It's less traps and more just being a scene.
More just
Yeah,
people.
but just something to keep in mind.
I'm gonna give Morwen the apple to try and be like, get us more.
Okay.
Try it first. See what it's a good apple.
All right, I eat the apple.
Okay. Little cat bites out of it. Incredibly sweet and tart at the same time. It's colder than it should be given the climate. It's very refreshing. It's delicious.
Go get us some.
There are
Heinrich wouldn't get me any.
make an intelligence make an intelligence check.
Josh just said we should all eat the rich, and I think that's hilarious. Anyway,
So I wanted to collapse this place.
Yeah.
Ah!
I'm sorry. What did you want me to roll?
Flat intelligence check.
Ooh, 19.
Ooh.
You remember there was a time where you were badly hurt. You weren't sure that you would pull through. You saw darkness for a time. And then you saw other things. You saw these strange rushings that you remember running through these woods, the Kaelin woods. You remember something kind of tugs at your memory, something pulls at you about this flavor and the experience of eating this, but it's just out of your grasp.
So you're gonna get us some more?
I'm gonna climb up and get some more.
Ah.
But I'm just gonna get on a branch and kind of like shake a bunch off.
Without too much trouble. Shh, shh, shh. Two more apples fall down.
Eat up, guys. It's been a while anyway.
I'm gonna take
I don't
them.
remember the
I'm gonna
last
give
time we all
one
ate.
to you, and then I'm gonna take one for myself.
So Gunter, you now have 3 apples. And
Well-
you have 2 and Morwen has 1.
Yeah.
That's all I
And
shook
if
off?
if they exchange, no, I'm just kidding.
You can keep shaking it if you
Math
want.
problems.
Yeah, I want everyone to have one.
Okay. Shh, shh, shh. 2 more fall off.
I take those as well.
I feel like Shae and I are just staring at each other, being like, "Yes, mission. Yes, this is exactly."
Well, eat up. I don't remember the last time we ate, so eat up. Shut up
I'm
and
gonna
eat.
take them.
Okay.
And I'm gonna pick up one apple and polish it on my fur, and then give it to Karonic and be like, "Oh, sorry," and then pick off my fur and give it back.
Karlik takes it and looks at it. He looks at you, Shae, and then takes a bite of it, the beak crunching into the flesh. He seems to think about it and takes another bite. These are good.
That's what I'm talking about. The chronic gets it. Heinrich doesn't get it.
That's okay.
You're
I
not
have-
gonna eat one?
Unsophisticated palate.
Sure, let's leave it at that.
You're not gonna eat one?
No, I'm okay. You can have another. You seem to really enjoy it, and I'll just pop a berry, my
Okay.
good berry.
Doesn't taste like much, but it gets you through the day.
Yep.
Does Halia eat one?
If you offer one to her, she'll take it and
Yeah.
take a bite out of it, and very surprised. This is wonderful.
Ah,
This one has no hair on it.
Oh, how kind.
You're welcome.
I'll eat it.
Shae, make a history check.
These are good apples.
That's a 13, boss.
You bite into it, and for a moment, long ago, when you were still very young, you remember walking through the frost line. You don't remember seeing these, but you do remember the monk who guided you through, who led these exercises, had also foraged while you guys had been there and had at one point created something that tasted similar to this. There's something of the Feywild to this plant. But that's all you know.
alright. On our way back, assuming we're gonna go back to the hole, we'll get more on the way back. Yeah?
Oh, absolutely.
Sure.
Okay, good.
These are delicious.
Yeah.
I'm
that's what
almost
I'm
tempted to stay around for these. These are pretty good.
saying. I know, right? I mean, if we had
Yes.
I feel like
dragon. Let's
we've
just see what
already found
happens.
a plethora of treasure.
So campaign 2 is going to... No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
So you all have a couple apples and you collect a few for later. If you want, each tree does have roughly 3 dozen apples or so. It does. I will let you know, you're rustling these trees
Yeah,
every time
let's
that you
get
take
outta here.
more.
No, we're done rustling for
Okay.
now. We'll come back for them later.
Yeah, we just
Yeah,
came
sure.
for a nibble, and
Yeah.
we'll just like do another one each time we pass him.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
we swing by and just like grab a couple
Let's
apples.
go.
So where are you going now? Finger Gang, you are amidst these golden apple trees. Morwen is now shimmied down.
Onward, I suppose.
Put us on the
Yeah,
most
but-
cover-laden path to the entrance of that place, and let's get on with it.
Okay. You guys watch as Helia begins to kind of pick her way through the trees from one trunk to the other. Not like running and sneaking, but just sort of carefully observing as she walks. It's hard to keep track of her, even for you guys. But every now and then she'll stop and kind of wait for you all to sort of see where she's going. You follow, one by one, still using your old stealth checks. Guntir does make some noise. But you get to the doorway. This large rupture in this, or interruption of the wall. And looking in, you can see a huge room. Perhaps in its totality, about 100 feet deep and about 130 feet wide. You all see this creature, this fey woman, perhaps. She is all the way down the hallway that you can see. It branches off to the right. You can see there are a few doorways. And she seems to open the one at the end of the hall and step through. I would say, given your passive perception, actually given your eyesight, Shae, Krodik, and I think Heinrich. What's your passive perception? Is it 14 or higher?
It's 12 now.
Gunter.
Okay.
Fun fact, mine's
Guntir-
19.
Gunter's got...
Gunter.
Anybody with a 14 or higher would see
Oh,
elements
I thought you were
of...
asking. Sorry.
would see this opening little forms, humanoid in vague ways. You think about those automatons, but that's not quite right. Gunter, you can see on one of these forms. Yeah, you see a lot. Yeah, that single lazy eye catches a pretty good amount of detail. You see, give me just 1 second to pull this up. On one of these forms, they're like mannequins almost, wooden humanoid tops. But on one of them, you can see a purple Victorian-style ball gown. There are sort of like black rose vines that seem to extend from this low-cut bodice to this matching black gauzy shoulder wrap that seems to have a faint, veiny sort of leaf pattern to it in and of itself. And then the door shuts.
That looked pretty valuable.
I want it.
You didn't see it, but
Wait, I have a higher perception than 14.
what is your passive perception?
16.
Gunter, what's yours?
19.
That is why Gunter sees it.
Oh, I thought you... Okay, I misunderstood what you said.
Anything above an 18 would have seen some of the stuff through the
I
door.
thought you said 14.
So I
And then at
also see
25,
it.
you would see even more. But
So I saw a fine purple dress, basically,
you
as such.
probably a higher quality than fine.
Okay, a very fine,
Sure.
a very fine, possibly magically
Exquisite.
fine dress.
Again, that's probably like close to 400 feet away, Gunter. That's all the way down the northern corridor.
Gotcha.
Worth noting, now that you're kind of taking the space in, there is a to the north, to the east, and to the west, there are large corridors. This is an estate. This is a sprawling sort of manse. Also, to the west, right within the door, probably about 20 feet in, there is a large pagoda, sort of like a covered. Man, what are those things called? You can have them outside in your backyard. A gazebo. That's what it's called. Not a pagoda. A gazebo. Oh, pagoda is more like Dungannon. There's a pagoda forest in one of the martial arts schools there. Actually, that's why I'm thinking pagodas. But you see this big, what looks like a sort of covered circle. There's some furniture scattered throughout. You can see Um, given that distance without getting closer, there wouldn't be too much more you could see within. But it looks like maybe a place to sit and enjoy this massive, fairly empty room. But with that information, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna like tap to Morwen and point to the direction that I saw the door closed with the nice dress.
Okay.
And be like, I think that's the way to go.
Guntir, come on.
Huh?
What do you mean? You want me to go into the store? You want to go shopping right now?
No, I'm saying I think that's got some good stuff.
Oh, I mean,
Should we sneak on over?
wait, how busy is this place? Is this where all the
You've seen,
residents are yet?
aside from this one woman, you've seen nobody. You haven't seen patrols. You haven't seen a dragon. You've seen dwarves and stuff down below the terrace on the Ring of Gold proper.
Oh, okay. And we did not go that direction.
Correct. You would imagine, Morwen, from the southern part of the terrace, if you were to walk up to that lip, you would be able to see to the southeast, to the northeast, you would see the Dawnfather Ziggurat, where you guys had observed the gold terrace from originally.
Not opposed to creeping. Well, hell yeah. Is this even? Do you know where you are?
Again, once we get to the room, I'll be able to navigate through to the more hidden part, but getting there might be a little bit more difficult.
Well, let's pick a door then.
Yeah, I would say we pick a direction, we follow it, we deal with what needs to be dealt with.
I start sneaking towards the dress door.
Okay, so you guys watch. As you guys are having this conversation, suddenly anybody with a passive perception above 3 would notice Guntir sneaking, making his way
Grab his
across
shoulder
the...
and hold him while we're still talking.
Guntir, as you're walking, all of a sudden you stop. And you're still kind of moving your feet, and you look, and Shae's surprisingly muscular
I
hand is
haven't
holding.
gotten anywhere.
You've gone maybe about
back.
3 feet. Yeah, he's still moving. You guys can all hear shh, 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 as Gunter's little slippers kind of like shuffle through the floor. But you guys, which path would you like to take?
Let's make a plan.
I mean, if you're feeling strongly about this path, let's check it out.
I think this
I
is
saw
the
only
way.
one person going in and out of it.
Yeah, there
Handle
was
one person versus
But
There's
there's
some
also a
good
person
stuff in
there
there.
for sure.
Gunter, you suddenly kind of hear the door. It swings open, and your eyes dart up just in time to see that individual hurry out that door, and down the corridor further into the mountain.
They just left.
The
Let's
door
go.
shuts slowly behind.
All right, let's make our move while they're out. Right?
You can see Shae's holding Gunter, but as Morwen begins to go, you can see Shae just...
No, I'm not going.
Let's
I'm
go.
asking.
Just go. Just go. Let's just go. I'll hold up the rear and message anyone.
Are you
in the
guys
front that
trying
there's people
to...
coming.
Okay, you're trying to be stealthy about this?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's have a group stealth check then, another round. Give Gunter a second shot.
Okay, another 17.
Ooh,
Okay.
hey!
Great.
Somehow, hey, I mean, with disadvantage,
Oh,
I'll
wait.
take it.
You haven't rolled, you rolled once a 4 at disadvantage, but other than that, you've been doing great.
Yeah,
beyond
super
that.
lucky with that.
I got a 19 and then a 6.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's-
your average has
tracks.
gone up. Your
Yeah.
average has gone up.
Shae?
17.
Okay, Karotic with the 15, Helia with the 29. So you guys,
Bye.
as a group, feel pretty hidden. She's a rogue.
Yeah.
You guys quietly, and Gunter, navigate your way into the door. You cross. As you guys near this large pool of water with that secondary bridge, it's beautiful. And you're beginning to look down at the tiles as they pass. They appear to be almost perfectly white, but there are elements of gold that line each one, very thin. It's like leafed gold. It leads to this long pool, and as you get close, it's beautiful and softly hued, almost like rose-colored, and slightly scented. There is a scent of rose. Like the outer pool, there is little bits of the silk lily pads. And you actually can hear from underneath the bridge, there's a slight gap, maybe 2 feet, the sound of running water, although the water itself does not appear to be disturbed. The walls of this space are soft white. There are flecks of gold that have either been added or are naturally part of the stone. Guntir, given your background, you know they've been added. They're not part of the stone. It's as if little bits of gold leaf themselves have been like worked into the rock. Around the walls, you can see these very pale frescoes. It's as if ghosts have been pressed into the stone itself. Anybody who is proficient in history or religion could make either history or religion check. Nope. Okay,
Negative.
so
We're a bunch of heathens.
it's a bunch. I mean,
I don't read books.
Guntir, you're not wrong. There are images amongst the wall that are fairly explicit, but you do see the repeating image of this beautiful, beautiful woman. The face is never actually shown on this figure. It's almost like this radiant light takes its place. And you notice all of the figures are beautiful. But outside of that, not a whole lot. These are mysteries to you. What would you guys like to do? You get to this bridge. You can cross the bridge itself, only about 20 feet. And as you get closer, I would say you actually notice from beneath, there seems to be this small waterfall flowing from nowhere that drops into the water, does not disturb it, and disappears.
Magic water?
I wouldn't touch it.
Detect magic.
You cast detect
I'll
magic.
just,
Your eye.
I just have it on. I'm gonna just like recast it while we're in here, just
Sure.
to look out for anything.
The glyphs appear and form almost a pupil in the all black eye. You see there is magic. It's a very, very simple illusion, not really a actual falling water. It produces a very nice sound in this space, and as with these large walls, that slight trickle does carry much better. It's essentially like a Zen garden ornament, essentially.
Cool.
Water itself.
Okay.
Kind of looking at that now, you see the silk lily pads, and you would imagine there is enough light to grow plant life here. You probably don't want to drink the water. Whatever is perfuming it, probably also poisonous, which is why they're using artificial plants.
To answer Gunter's question, I'll be like, it's one of these, and I'm gonna cast minor illusion and make a like sewer equivalent, a sewer runoff equivalent right next to it.
All of a sudden, Guntir, you look down and a little hole appears and water kind of shifts into brown and begins running down.
Oh.
It's that. It's just permanent.
Oh, this is their sewer? Gross.
No, it's an illusion.
They pee rose?
Oh my god, I should have
They
done
don't- Oh.
Let's go.
You guys you get to the actual door of the corridor itself. You begin to progress. There is, in the corridor before it turns to the right, the entire thing is 40 feet long, closed door to the right, a closed door to the left. That door slightly ajar in front. For all of you now, looking forwards and into this place, go ahead and everybody make a perception check.
Hey, 14. My brand new +2 to perception.
Ooh,
How
look
about
at that in the world.
That's right. I'm a little wiser now through my travels.
That's
Nice.
a 27 for me.
Okay.
25.
Okay.
16.
Morwen, your eyes immediately get pulled because so you guys are about 40 feet from the door. The door is slightly ajar, and Morwen, for you, your eyes to the middle, maybe 40 more feet into this room, in this single stretch of 10-foot wide wooden floor. There is maybe a sculpture, maybe real, like a war hammer in the middle of the floor. Your eyes suction to it. Which is amazing considering Guntir and Heinrich, you guys kind of take a couple steps forwards and looking in and kind of peering around the edges. Are you guys actually going up to the door itself?
Yeah, I'm making my way to the door. I'm
Okay.
going with the
Yeah.
expectation that the door that had the dress behind it is going to have more good stuff behind it.
Okay.
I'm just keeping an eye out for anything magic and following along. Knowing the
what
essence
is-
of magic.
Okay, and so detect magic, it's 100, 100 feet?
It's within 30 feet.
Oh, within 30 feet. Okay. Progressing up the hallway, there's nothing that immediately strikes you. In the room to the left, actually, you would get, as you pass it, even before you start passing it, it's a fairly small room. Only about 30 feet away from the door, there's like a tiny little glow of what looks like maybe, probably also some kind of maybe illusion, enchantment. Difficult to tell from this distance. You get closer, maybe an enchantment. It seems to be relatively minor. It's a small glow, 30 feet beyond the door.
Right.
And as you get closer to this open door, a few things catch your eye. Little glows as you get closer, and they seem to be relatively evenly spaced. And as you guys draw closer, you can see this room, the beginning of it, the first 30 feet of it, seem to be dedicated to about a dozen dress forms, stone bases, wooden mannequins, all manner of beautiful garments. You see purple ball gowns of a Victorian style like you had seen originally, Guntir. You can see what looks like maybe some kind of leather armor on one with a gorget and pauldrons. You could see, what looks like maybe cloaks and costumes and all manner of attire. Beyond that, beyond this sort of warhammer, which you guys can now see as a sculpture, it's too big to be practical for any of you, but it seems to be carved out of the same stone that hooks into the base of it. But beyond that, you see maybe 10 feet away a gong, and then 10 feet beyond that, a huge table that stretches out behind two bookcases. You can see some chairs there. You see 3 lit candles. There's a fireplace beyond that, smoldering embers burning. First fireplace you've seen in a while.
No books here.
There are 2 bookcases, you do see.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do either of them emanate magic, or is it just the dresses?
So 30 feet extends to where the part of the room with the dresses ends. It transitions into about, you know what?
Sorry.
Why don't I just show you something for visual reference?
Sure.
Yay.
So in general chat within our Discord, I will paste this
I
guy.
was distracted. I thought I just saw a mouse in her apartment. So
You can see straight, the doorway on the right-hand side is what you are looking through.
yeah.
You see these dress forms. You can see that warhammer. You don't see those stairs yet on the other side, but you do see kind of that straight corridor through.
What's the most valuable looking dress form / protective looking armor?
Make an intelligence check.
Socially protective?
Well, I mean, the
most
leather
conservative
pauldron
dress?
one sounds okay. That's a 19.
The most expensive looking one. You don't know a ton about, and these are all like women's attire, worth noting.
Okay.
Sized for a dwarf.
Okay.
You would imagine there is this silky maroon dress. It's slit along either side up to the thigh. There's a slightly asymmetrical light red skirt beneath. There's a diamond-shaped window across the chest that rises up to a high leather collar with a gold cord that binds the bodice itself together before being tied simply and allowed to hang or dangle. You gotta pick one down. The gold cord seems to be real gold that has been kind of woven with tiny filaments into an actual decoration. But if you really pick through, there are elements of jewelry on each one. There's a lot here.
Well,
And your eyes in this kind of moment, you actually kind of pull through and you're looking at these. There is these 2 glass cases within the room that look like jewelry cases, although you can't see into them. You need to get closer. They're like flat kind of jewelry display cases.
All right. Well, I'm gonna just start going through the rows of dresses, and I'm just gonna take them all.
You're gonna take all the
Okay.
dresses?
So Guntir, you begin to
You
gather
want
dresses.
one? I mean,
As Guntir is collecting these items, what is everybody else doing?
I'm going
Slowly.
up to Helia to see if this looks familiar at all or sounds familiar.
There's
whatever.
bookcases.
it's open season, right?
Open
So what do you say?
It's open season on this place, though.
What do you say to
Open
Helia as Guntir begins to walk towards these dresses?
What?
What do you say to Helia?
Does any of this sound like the right place?
Something's not quite right about this, but yes, this does seem to be the place. There are books.
You mean the lack of people doesn't seem right?
The lack of people has been somewhat unsettling. Yes, this
Yeah,
is.
I agree.
I'm gonna
I feel like-
recall the woman rushing out hurriedly and try to think like, why would she have left in such a rush?
Yeah, you look at these beautiful dresses as you gather the first one into your hands. Why would somebody leave all these beautiful things here? They're in such a rush. You could add that Victorian purple ball gown to your inventory as you are thinking. You look around, you look up. There are gaps in the ceiling. There's another room above. However, I would say you go up to Helia, you ask, Helia's looking, she says yes. This seems to be the right room, but something does seem off.
In what way?
Well, like I just said, there aren't any people, for one. And it's strange. It is a house, it is a residence, but I would imagine there should be something protecting the things within that room. This is valuable stuff. I mean, look at Guntir. And you see Guntir at this moment is pulling this crimson floor-length dress. It's like form-fitting, cut at the... it's kind of cut at the bust below the shoulders, and there's these mesh sleeves that are cinched around, very like kind of Genie from I Dream of Genie. And there are these pairs of gold bands that hold it and cinch it at the arms. He's kind of taking this now. You can add crimson floor-length dress to your inventory.
Love it.
While I'm talking to Helia, since there's gaps in the ceiling, you said, I'm going to be watching them to see if there's any movement.
Okay. You watch. Make a perception check.
I have a feeling we're not totally alone.
No, we're not. We're
What am I doing?
we're
Perception
known.
check.
I think we're
Yeah.
already known.
21.
21. All right. Hang on one sec. The 21. You look up. You can see there are two gaps. One directly overhead, this dress kind of fitting room. There is a white sheet that you see kind of dangling, and it slightly moves and then comes still. There is no wind in this place.
To anyone who's looking at me.
You see Croddick immediately, his hand goes back and ting, spear comes away from the magnetic attachment.
Yep. We got Eldritch Blast hand at the ready, kind of just the glyphs circling my wrists, kind of. But I'm gonna start walking towards the bookcase and be like, if we're trying to get in and get out. Sorry, messaging this to Helia. If
Sure.
we're trying to get in and get out. Go fucking do it. Find the book.
Back in your head, you just hear, try to watch my back then. And she
Yeah,
takes
I'll
a
go
step. Okay, so the two of you enter. Guntir, you can add a set of leather armor, put a little asterisk. It's fancy leather armor. I can describe it to you later.
Nice.
Gorgets, pauldron, corset, bracers, thigh-high boots. It's a red, sort of like a long sleeve top with a back that drops down, forming like a
Just
cloak
couldn't help
below the
yourself.
knees.
Gunter's gonna have a lot of new personas.
I think
Gunter
all
is
of
a
your
handsome woman right now.
I think all of your disguise kit should just be lots and lots of concealer and lipstick and stuff.
Especially with your new compact.
Yeah, that's true.
As
Oh,
Guntir, as Gunter is slowly assembling his very own Culturon Fashion Week, the rest of you go in very wary. You can see as you walk through.
Magic's still up. Detect
heading-
magic's still up.
Okay.
It's always
Detect
up. I'm just
magic's
refreshing it
still
until a
up.
combat starts, basically, like while we're doing this.
Okay. There is, as you walk underneath the first sort of opening to the second floor, you can see like rafters. This is maybe like a almost like a loft above you. And as you get halfway into the room, that section that's wooden floored, you do see there are stairways leading up, two on either side. But further into the room, you see the bookcases. And so, are you going there? Or are you going up?
Bookcases first. That's what we're looking for. Any kind of book with a what Helia said, behind spot.
Okay. You walk in, past the wood. Your feet, you notice like the sound of your footsteps shift from stone to wood to stone, and you enter into the second sort of half of the room. You see this ornate gong. Shae, you notice elements of writing that look like somebody at some point saw Zinni writing and it tries to replicate it artistically onto this gong. Whoever did clearly does not speak Zinni. It would be like pretty racist actually, and kind of culturally offensive to you.
Yeah, it's like one of those tattoos of like.
You see
Chinese
Shae kind of bristle a little bit,
Very
like.
But you kind of see this sort of decorative gong. There are bookcases on either side, but suddenly, Heinrich, for you, boom, you see up above you this kind of faint glow of magic. And you, school, it doesn't seem to, I would say from this distance, you could make it out. Seems to be enchantment.
Okay.
And it would be exactly where, and as you enter, there's a large 120-gallon aquarium. There is this single, what looks like an eel, like a ribbon, back and forth. But above where that is, there seems to be this faint glow up on the second floor.
Also, are we still on stealth mode?
Presumably.
Okay. I just didn't know if I had a reroll to
No.
be very silent with my
You guys are
steps.
moving pretty quietly.
I'm
Okay.
focusing on this whole time. I'm really just focusing on the upstairs gaps. I'm following any movement.
I'm doing that too as I kind of usher Helia, but I'm assuming that these freestanding bookcases.
As you
Don't
begin
go
to do
anywhere.
that, Heinrich, you look and you see Helia, and she's looking at you, and you can see her thinking in the way that you recognize.
Oh, boom, boom.
Yeah, all of a sudden you hear, it's a book called, hang on, I have to actually get to my notes now. She would relay to you that the book that you are looking for is called... This is the problem with doing the handwritten notes. I have so many notebooks now because it's kind of spanned several different areas that you guys could have gone. Well, I mean, you guys could have been in the Shadowfell, so I had like a whole Shadowfell book ready to go for that.
Nah.
Still
Kill,
cautious
enough to
just
get
kill
something
that
in.
gate.
Nah, that's too hard mode.
In your head, you hear. And 4 is called Summer's Cadence. Are you aware of it? Very popular children's tale where you're from.
Am I aware of it?
You know what? It's so ubiquitous. Summer's Cadence is a classic tale. It's like a children's book. It's been reproduced in many ways, but it basically portrays a mother and her daughter. Cadence is the mother. She is sort of symbolic of a storm. And then, I'm sorry, Summer is the mother. She is portrayed as a personification of the season of summer. And then Cadence is the daughter, the sort of storm. And it's sort of this tale of this mother trying to deal with this really unruly child. And it sort of feeds into why there are storms in the spring.
It's sort
But-
of folkloric, but also life lesson tale kind of thing.
Exactly. And it's a very common like children's bedtime book.
Cool.
And so would look, I mean, it would be something that you would find in any large collection of literature, and so it wouldn't look out of place pretty much anywhere. It's a very common book. But that's the one that you're looking for. And so you can see she begins to kind of shift through books and look.
Fuck, I'll do it too. I'm a good reader.
You begin to kind of cipher through. But as you do, I mean, your mind keeps getting pulled up. You know whatever this book is probably has some kind of magical property, and you can see as you pull this faint glow. You kind of look at a book roughly the same
nothing
size.
else here. Be like, alright, message to Helia. I think it's upstairs. I think we gotta go upstairs.
You see your eyes shoot up, and you hear back, I'll admit, Heinrich, I'm a little bit nervous to do that. I think we're
Yeah.
not quite alone.
I agree, and I wish that any of us could go completely invisible, but I don't see any other way to get up there. Should we send Guntir to do a distraction elsewhere? And
But your
we can
passive
run up?
is 19?
Yes.
So is mine.
Okay, Guntir and
Yay.
Shae. Suddenly,
Finally, 19.
As
as everybody is looking through, they are quiet. But you turn because one of them rolled a 19. And that is the
Huh?
lowest roll.
Oh,
You turn and you see similarly dressed to Shae and Crota. You see 5 figures. 4 of them already kind of almost out the door. The 5th one, you can see having just lowered, and a little element of a bead dropped, and very light, almost imperceptible except to the 2 of you. Shae, in an instant, you kind of flash across. No faces that you're immediately very, very close to. The only person that you would actually recognize is it's a Way of the Wind spear sort of leader of one of the troops that would bring people out into the frost line during their initiation. And the only reason that you recognize her is because she uses a very unconventional weapon, and has learned to wield it in the style of the wind spear. But you can see slung around her chest, almost bandolier style, is this chained element where there is a handle on one shoulder and a scythe that is sheathed behind her. You can see she turns, dark skin, these very bright teeth, and you can hear her just say, "Run!" And all of a sudden, all of them begin taking off.
Gut reaction, Shae would go after them. Just
Okay,
gut
what is your
reaction.
movement speed?
70.
Okay. You guys watch. In an instant, you barely make out these details, but you recognize this one individual. The others are all either human or elves, but they take off. Shae, in an instant, you catch up to the group. It is this sort of very large individual, bigger than the rest of them. You don't recognize him immediately. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and make an intelligence check. Just super quick. Maybe you do.
17.
You know what? You do recognize Grom. He's a relatively new initiate. As far as you know, hasn't undergone any of the initiation rites, doesn't have a set path. He's big. He's about 6'1", 6'2", about the size of Heinrich, but muscular. But you catch up to him. What are you doing? You have an instant. You can kind of sense already he's turning.
How far away are they?
50 feet.
In this time, could I command?
Yes, but hang on one sec, because this is all happening very quickly.
Yeah.
He's still moving
you wouldn't
forward,
have to,
right?
Yes.
I think it's Shae.
I want to use my momentum to kind of like force him forward into trip.
I need everybody to roll initiative then, because that looks like we're getting right into the...
Okay.
All
So much
right.
for not having to kill each other when the paths collide, right?
You know, it was a possibility.
I mean, you didn't say
I'm
that.
actually-
Product did.
It's pretty good for good.
So, the initiative orders here range from a natural 1 to a natural 20 on them, just so you guys know.
Okay.
All right. So, anybody with a natural 20? Okay. 25 to 20?
26.
26 for Morwen. 20 to 15.
18.
Also 18.
18's
Okay.
all around. Look at that.
Oh, damn.
Shae, Heinrich,
everyone.
Guntir.
Yeah, Shae, Heinrich, Guntir for sure in terms of modifiers.
Yeah, my
Um,
modifier's a +5. Good talk.
Mine is a
Mine's
Mine
plus
is-
3, believe it or not.
flat 0, actually.
I've had a
Okay.
16 dex since level whatever the second ability score improvement is.
Chronic technically is the fastest of this initiative order. And that's going to put... You guys did great. You're very fortunate. And Helia
Yay.
did the worst.
Aw.
That's fine. All right, so
Poor Helly.
one of these monks is going to... So the way that we're going to do this, Shae, you're going to start us off. We're going to count this as a surprise round because you actually moved a lot faster than they were expecting. You're faster than they are.
Yep.
So what are you doing? You start, and then we're going to sync into our natural order. It's going to go Morwen and then down the line.
I'd still feel using natural momentum to go forward to attempt to, like, trip him and, like, put him down.
So make an attack roll, and this is technically the shove action. It's contested. So actually, make an athletics check. It's contested athletics checks. Huh.
That's... I can math 22.
22. Not bad. Hang on 1 sec. She rolled great. Or he rolled great.
How far away is Shae from me right now?
Shae is 50 feet, well, 55 feet away from you.
Okay. Can I use my reaction to give a +10 to that?
What is the trigger for the reaction?
My channel divinity.
As long as you're within range, you certainly can.
Let's see. Yeah, when a creature within 30... Oh, she's 55 feet. Never mind.
Yeah. What'd you roll, Shae?
22?
Okay, so then that's a perfect tie. However, what is your strength score?
Raw is 14.
14, okay. So you go and you slide. The last, like, you don't take the full movement. You're only taking 50 feet. So you use part of your momentum to slide underneath, and you attempt to scissor kick the legs so that he falls. You do. You collide, and his legs are dense. You stop his momentum because he has to brace himself, but he turns down, and you can already see the hands begin to wreathe themselves in shadows. That is considered one of your attack actions. What are you doing?
From there...
What are you doing?
I'm gonna hit him.
Okay, go ahead and make your rolls.
That's 27.
27 hits. You can roll damage on that. Dang.
Sure.
For 7.
Okay.
And then... Oh, why not? Flurry of blows.
Okay, yeah.
For 24.
24 hits.
And that's 9.
Okay. So, scissor kick in. Manages to brace himself. You right yourself using the last bit of momentum, swinging around in front of him, and you bring your fist around, collide with his ribs. You collide with the other side of his ribs.
And 23.
And 23 hits as well.
For 10.
All right, 26 points of total damage. You can see he winces and begins to almost kind of take a step back, but those shadows are growing. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Well,
That is your turn. Oh,
actually, gonna keep going past him.
okay. The last blow, you use the impact to push yourself off and the momentum to turn and begin running further. You actually pass everybody, and you end up face to face with the monk that you know is Cardiomi, this human who you've met very, very briefly. As you stop in front of her, you can see she stops, and there's a very grim smile on her face. And in Zinyi, she says, "You should not have crossed our path." And this scythe, a chain unravels, and as she begins to spin it, you can already feel this wind begin to emerge. But that is your turn. That brings us to Morwen. She is then next.
Okay, I'm going to chase after Shae.
Okay, she's 50 feet away.
So I will use both dash and feline agility so that I have 90 feet total this turn.
Okay, so feline agility doubles your movement, correct?
Yes. Oh, so
that would put you to
120?
But that's
Yes,
also your
if you-
action to dash.
Right. So you don't need to use your
No,
action
I
to dash.
have a. Well, I
You can use
guess I
bonus action dash if you want to.
Yeah, I will just to get there.
Okay, no problem. You use your bonus action in your movement. You don't need to use feline agility if you're doing that.
Okay.
So you just close, no problem. You get right up next to where Shae was. And as you get to where Shae is, she almost vanishes. She's 20 feet beyond, and you are left next to this slightly bewildered large human. Currently shirtless, wearing purple pants.
Okay. Did I see her attack him, or
Yes.
is he already on the ground?
No, but you can see like bruises already beginning to form on his robes.
All right, so like fight's clearly on.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so yeah, I'll pass him. But since Shae moved, I don't have my advantage, right?
Yes, you do.
I do.
You have advantage because you are the only person.
I know.
Read your-
I do. Shut up. I've never played before, guys. I don't know. Okay.
I've only been playing for a year and a half. It's only session
that's
50 that we've streamed.
It's fine.
You have advantage. If you have advantage,
yeah.
good morning.
21. Oh.
21. 21 hits.
There you
So
go.
you can go ahead and roll damage. You do get your sneak attack damage.
Okay.
Good start.
That is a good start. All right, let me do.
Yeah, just take all the dice.
All right, so it's 10, 15. 37.
37. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Sixes in that mix.
you rush forwards, and you can see this guy follows Shae with his eyes, and as he turns back, you stab him right in the chest. You feel it pierce and go through something that pops on the inside, and he blood immediately emerging. That's a lot of damage. He's looking pretty rough.
I meant non-lethal. No, I'm just.
No.
He's not dead. He's still standing. I mean, he's now like
Technically-
holding this.
All right. Yeah, but I'm gonna give him a little butts.
Okay. Is that a bonus action? Because you used your bonus
Yeah,
action to
'cause you used
dash.
your bonus action.
I thought that my second attack wasn't.
You have second attack now?
Are you dual
No, it's not
wielder?
technically.
Oh, you're dual wielding. Okay, yeah, you can make your butts attack.
No, I
That's
was
right,
about to say because we've been playing this wrong for
Yep.
a long.
yeah. No, you're right. Go ahead, make your butts attack.
Truly. All right, so that's gonna be a 22.
22 hits.
Wow, that's hardly hits these days.
Wait, aren't you wielding loose?
No,
Oh.
I'm not attuned to it yet. I just stuck her in.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Still
at
hit
home.
with it.
Ouch. 6.
Okay.
A hearty 6.
34 points. You see blood from the wound, and then right across the ribs, a little bit of blood trickles down. But every bit counts, and you can see he's looking pretty rough. That was from the two of you, a lot of damage. Anything else, Morwen? Anything else, Morwen?
Sorry. I'll back up like 10 feet.
Okay, you back up 10 feet. As a reaction, two of the monks, you could see already pulling spears off. Suddenly, wind bursts behind them and they shift 10 feet forwards.
Oh, dang.
They are 10 feet away from you, Morwen, and now 20 feet away from you. 20 feet away from you, Morwen, 10 feet away from you, Shae. They're closing. It is Cardiame's turn. You can see as this scythe comes out on this chain, she is going to attack you.
Yep.
First one is... That is going to be a 17 to hit.
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Second one is a natural 20,
Well,
Yep.
that
which
does
is a
it.
27.
Yep.
And the third one is also a natural
Oh
20.
my god.
Wow, what the fuck?
So two natural 20s. I'm going to take a picture of it right now just because I want
Whatever,
to.
we believe you.
I just have a picture of it. So that is going to be not the best time for you.
Nope.
That is going to be 16 plus. That is going to be
Actually,
31 points. Oh,
the first attack that misses, I want to attempt to disarm her.
so as a reaction, you're using.
That's a
which?
reaction. I have the ability to, when an attack misses, I can react to attempt to disarm. It's my sleight of hand versus athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, why not?
21.
Does that count? Wait. Does that count as an attack roll for Shae?
No.
No.
Okay, never mind.
So, you see the scythe come down at you. It swings wide, and
Lord,
as it
that's
does,
scary.
you kick up. The chain off, rattles across the floor. She turns. You disarmed her. So you see in this moment, there's a brief hesitation, and then the elbow comes around. I'm going to give her the natural 20 in the future before she rolls the attack,
Yep,
so you need to use that reaction.
Yep.
But I'll allow it for this time. It is an unarmed strike. So that is going to be 14 points of bludgeoning damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Or sorry, a Strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw?
Yes.
That's 22.
22. You can see as the elbow comes up and strikes you, the wind that was generating behind shifts and twists around her body, channeling through. You feel the wind hit you in the chest, and you almost begin to slide backwards, but you expected this. This is the way of the wind spear. You've seen Croddock do it. You've seen Crick do it. You've seen many people do this. You hold strong. That is her multi-attack. Bonus action, Flurry of Blows. That is going to be a 9 to hit.
Nope.
That is going to be
Those Niners.
A 10 to hit.
Nope.
And a 14 to hit. Jeez.
Nope.
Okay. So she is now swinging. She is disarmed. And as she swings, this is just punch, kick. These are easy for you to dodge. But already you can kind of feel the wind building at her feet. However, that is her turn. Well done. Actually, all things considered. That brings us to Heinrich, and then Guntir, you're on deck.
Hey.
How far am I from all this, and how close is the grouping of everyone?
You are 50 feet away from the larger monk and Morwen.
Okay.
Actually, Morwen is now 40 feet away from you.
Okay.
10 feet beyond the monk, there is 3 more monks, sorry. And then 10
Are they
feet.
grouped closely together?
Yes, they are all within 10 feet of each other.
Okay.
You can also see then 10 feet beyond that, Shae and this this other monk who has been disarmed.
So a total of
Between you and the
90?
furthest monk, there is 80 feet.
80 feet? Okay. So if I... Oh, I don't even need to move. We're good. It's just a gut reaction because I saw how, like, fearfully Shae ran after this first person.
Sure.
Just kind of, like, snap and point and do hold monster on her.
Okay. Hold
90
monster.
feet of range, wisdom saving throw against a DC 17.
And that's any creature, correct?
Creature, period. And if they
Okay.
fail, then there's no way to get out of it until it's over after a minute.
What kind of save was that?
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
I know it's a kind of a bad choice, but, like, it's just my gut reaction.
What is the DC on that?
It's 17.
Is
Okay.
Heinrich? Oh no.
You watch. Heinrich looks and points, and for a moment around the shoulder, there is this glowing, like, celestial glyph that streaks down the arm and then out, and you suddenly see it, like, streak across the air, and then close around the neck like a collar. And as it happens, you can see the monk that you were right in front of, Shae, suddenly just stop. The eyes shifting around. She failed the shit out of that.
Perfect.
Nice.
Yeah.
Have fun, Jay.
Yes.
So because of this happened, they're paralyzed for the duration, so advantages and all that kind of crap against attacking.
It's one target, correct?
It's only one target.
Okay. But
I
they
was
are
just kind of
currently held.
just wanting to get the whole layout before I do my next turn, basically.
I got you.
Yeah, so they can still do the save at the end of each of their turns, but
Mhm.
if they take damage, it doesn't allow them to try again. That's
Yep.
that, and also it's any creature. That's the biggest difference between that and the whole person.
So, this person seems sufficiently held. That is your
One
turn?
minute. Yeah, I'm not gonna move because I can reach everyone with my shit from where I am. So
Guntir, it is your turn.
So I'm 50 feet away from the closest monks.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna move 25 feet, my full movement towards the group, does that put all of them within 30 feet of me?
25 feet brings you within 30 feet of just the first monk, who's looking pretty hurt.
Okay. What's the range on this other?
What are you doing, Guntir?
I think I'm gonna use my new action to move a little more.
So you're using action surge?
I think I'm gonna use action surge.
To move.
Everybody's level 12, by the
You're
way.
so old. I love it.
Guntir, who took a level 1 fighter for the first time, going back to his roots as a brawling kind of ruffian, you burn your first ever action surge of this campaign to dash, and you move 25 feet further.
A year and a half in the making, everyone.
And so now
my
all
God.
of them are within 30 feet of me and also within 30 feet of each other.
Yes.
Great. I'm gonna upcast blindness and deafness on all of them.
Okay.
Well, that hit me.
No,
because you can
I
pick the targets.
choose. Yeah,
Oh,
I choose who I want
cool.
to
Thanks,
blind.
bud.
Yeah, I was going
What
to
is
hit
the save on that? The DC?
That is a con save, DC 17.
Okay. The one immediately in front of you saves. Second one saves. The third one up fails. So the one closest to Shae that is not the one that is held, you can see all of a sudden it's as if their eyes go dark. And then finally the one that's held, you can see already kind of paralyzed, disarmed, the eyes go dark.
Just, close your eyes while this happens.
Great.
She's having a real bad day. This is not how she thought this was going to go. You can actually hear Shae all of a sudden this kind of like the squeak, but she can't speak either. So this is a bad time for her. Guntir, anything else?
I think that's about it for me.
So they make a save at the beginning or the end of their turn?
For blindness and deafness?
Yes.
At the end of each of its turns,
Okay.
it can make
So-
another con save.
Not really knowing what is happening, the third one, the one that is blind, is going to take 10 feet of movement. They close to within striking range of you, Shae, but at disadvantage because they are blind. They, stumbling around with the spear, are making an attack. They rolled a 10 and a 2, so a 9. Does that hit?
Nope.
So, and you can just hear, "Where are you?" And just like swiping up at the air, but completely missing. The end of that one's turn, they're going to roll. They're still blind. The one who is held, well, actually, we'll do the two who are not held or restricted in any way. Shae, they close on you quickly. You see these two spears come out. They are going. You are going to take 6 spear attacks right off the bat.
Okay.
The first person is going to roll a 21,
21 hits.
a 15,
Nope.
and a 13. So
Nope.
one hit.
One hit.
The first person strikes you first. That is going to be 10 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
The second one, as he strikes, you get hit with the first one, nicked on the shoulder, and then you're able to dodge the other two. That is going to be a 25,
Yep.
a 17,
Nope.
and the other one is a 9. So,
Nope.
again, you're dodging blow after blow. Every now and then, this onslaught, it's it sounds just like blades rushing by you. And in the onslaught, every now and then, just a little nick appears here and then on the shoulder. But otherwise, you are dodging the majority of these blows. Each one of them hit once.
Yep.
The one on your right seems to kind of level the spear, and you can see they're taking patient defense. The one on your left is going to use flurry of blows, using the end of the spear. You said 17 doesn't hit?
Nope. My AC
19?
is 20.
Okay. Both completely miss. Flurry of blows, the end of the spear now. Boom, boom. The third one, you actually dodge in such a way so that one of their spear attacks blocks the flurry of blows, and you manage to completely avoid that. That is their turn. Man, Shae can tank. That brings us to Helia. 25 feet, 25 feet. She uses her movement and action to get within striking range of the first one, but can do nothing else. Top of the round, you watch as Croddock he had taken off and is now kind of above at the maximum range of 60 feet in this room. He is going to dive bomb with his spear on the one that's already hurt.
Big boy.
Yeah, it sucks for him.
And he's also one of the two that's not blinded.
Correct. But Croddock just rolled max damage on this, so that's
Well,
18 points of slashing damage as this Aarakocra
into a burst of blood.
30 feet of flight, momentum's worth of a spear straight into this guy's chest. You watch the wound that Morwen had already created splits open, and you can actually see the heart like inside before he falls face first dead. He got wrecked. Important
12
fact.
seconds
Okay. That brings us to Morwen.
I just love how this has only been 12 seconds.
Yep.
I'm just going to attack the
Scrap.
closest next monk near me.
Okay.
Run up to the
So
ones that
you...
can
Which
Those are the ones that are hitting Shae. So you would close 20 feet of movement. You get behind this trio of monks. You can see two attacking with spears. Shae is dodging attacks from both of them. The one in the middle is just standing there. You see her back
Word.
holding no weapons, just frozen in place.
Helpful. No, okay, so I'll attack the left one.
Okay, go ahead and make your attack.
Which one's blind?
Crit.
Natural 20, bitch.
Oh, I guess it doesn't matter.
This is advantage, so it's sneak, right?
It is not advantage. You are within. So you are within the same range as 3 opponents and an ally. So you get neither your bonus for being alone or your bonus for being adjacent to an ally. So you're rolling just flat.
What about
Rolling
the
flat.
blindness, though?
You're not attacking the blind one. You're attacking the one on the left. So,
Oh.
Sorry. There are 2 blind ones, the one that's held and the one on the left. So never mind. That is an advantage. You do get your sneak attack. Well, good point. Well done.
Ba, 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 ba,
Yes!
ba.
I make mistakes too.
How do we do this again? I roll everything and double it? Okay.
Roll just the dice. Roll double the dice
Just
rolls.
take a handful of dice and just roll.
Shake them first.
I
You
don't
don't
know.
put them down. You
Level
wanna-
12, it's what? It's like 76 or something like that?
Jeez.
Or
6
6?
currently, yeah.
6.
Wow. This is where we need to start going to, like, I think we all need to get a calculator at this point.
Literally just did it.
My phone's right here.
I was going to say, if only we had some kind of a...
61.
So you watch Morwen
Ugh.
20 feet forwards, and you can see pus already out, and it's a single fencer's lunge where it thrusts straight through this individual's heart. Shae, from the other side, you can see the black eyes suddenly open as this monk transitions from a human to an object, and the blindness no longer takes effect. He drops. I mean, they have 60 points of health.
Oh,
So,
wow.
well done.
Oh,
Gone.
boy.
Um,
So there are only 2 left.
there
Three.
is,
There's 3.
yes, there are 3 currently
There's
left.
two fighting Shae and 1 held by me.
Right.
And blind.
Well, no, I
I'm
just
blind.
killed one of them.
Yeah, there were 3 fighting.
There were
There were 5
currently
total.
2, and then the 1 held.
Yeah.
So there's 3
Yeah.
left.
Yeah.
You've
If
killed
I
2.
have 2 golden apples and I give you 1,
So,
How many oranges are
Whoa,
there?
and anything
you
else?
specified. I'm just making the joke because we were talking about apples and apples.
I go and plus Heinrich. No, I'm just.
That's
You don't have
off-air,
enough
damn
movement,
it.
Okay, but I am going to butts just the next one closest.
okay, so you turn and you swing butts. This is also an advantage because the next one is blind and held. So,
Oh, and I never get advantage.
Wait, that's
on
the one that
second
Shae
hand.
was fighting off against?
Yes.
Okay.
That was
think
the
I
one
had
that was
this mirrored in
originally
my head.
in front.
Yeah, I think I had this whole thing mirrored in my head.
It's a 10.
10 goes wide, even though this
Wait.
person is frozen. Oh,
Wait, how close is Morwen to me?
Morwen is 30 feet away from you.
Okay.
Don't waste anything.
Give
on
it to him.
butts.
I'm going to use my. Oh, I guess that's true. Take
Yeah.
it. Take your.
You missed this still person who is not moving, who is blind, although you cannot see the
Not
eyes.
moving yet.
I think about it for a second, but then instead I'm like,
It's fine.
It is
I
her
laugh because you missed a blind held.
I also
person.
just, and like, I know this is sort of breaking up the rhythm and stuff, but I just really love the concept of Guntir using his action surge to shuffle even faster.
Yeah.
Like,
I moved
across the
whole
battlefield.
50 feet on that
monster.
turn.
What
That's
is the DC?
That's all. It is 17 to break out of it at the end of their turn.
You can see at the end of her turn, still unable to move. This monk is completely frozen, eyes blackened, not looking great. That brings us to Shae. Heinrich, you're on deck.
Cool.
Of the two non-held ones, I want to hit the one that's not blinded.
Okay, go for it.
That is, I can math, I promise. 23
23 hits.
for 11.
11. All right.
And again, that's a natural 20.
Well,
And these are at advantage. Oh no, sorry, not held. So
14
let's use-
is 19.
19 just hits.
No, that's the natural 20. The damage is 19.
Oh, okay. Look at that.
well.
Ooh. 20s on these guys.
19 to
19
hit
hits. Yep.
is 8.
Anything else?
And then last hit
Okay.
is dirty 20
Dirty 20. Yeah, that hits.
for 10.
Nice. So Shae, you rush in. You can see the one already held, just already kind of not doing well. You turn your attention and you strike. You are using the spear?
No, just my fists.
Just your fists. Even better. The first punch sinks in. You can feel something kind of snap. You hone in on the area, and for a moment, it's almost as if the ribs kind of cave before they expand back out. That's a good amount of damage. He's looking pretty rough.
And I'm
Or sorry, she's looking pretty rough.
hold my ground.
Okay. Well enough. That is your turn. That brings us to Heinrich. What do you want to do? Gunter, you're up next.
Slowly stepping forward, just like walking. Now I'm just gonna like hand out 3
Pamphlets.
Eldritch Blasts at the one that's paralyzed.
Okay. Roll
Kind
that
of like,
advantage.
kind of in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, I hope Shae doesn't take this personally and want to finish her off herself. But hey, whatever.
Shae, you see as you're striking the one to your right,
Point of-
the one right in front of you begins to kind of glow as these Eldritch Blasts streak towards it.
So point of fact, is Shae 5 feet away from this
Individual?
held monk?
Shae is not quite, but she's off to the left. So if you were to push this individual, they would slide by Shae.
So reaction attack, basically, potentially, is
Attack
basically
of
what I'm wondering. Is like,
opportunity.
am I in the safe positioning to push so that
Yes,
there's at
she-
least
they
like
won't
a
collide.
pa?
With, yeah.
All right. So the first of the 3 bolts is, thank goodness, at advantage. Is a 23.
23. Yeah, that strikes home.
Okay. Second one.
Well, so roll damage on that.
Okay. Sure. Fine. Great. That is 7.
Okay.
And then the second one is 19 plus 9, 29, 28 rather.
Yeah.
Yeah. For another 7.
Okay.
And the last one at advantage, please crit. Nope. Fuck, what was the higher one? Plus 2. Last one kind of probably goes wide as I'm pushing her with this, so it would be 15.
15 misses. You kind of foof, foof, and as the second one streaks forwards and shoves this this monk who is held and also blind forward 10 feet. Shae, you can make an attack of opportunity.
That's a 28
Yeah, that hits.
for 12.
Okay. So slides across. You can see the body rigid. Elements of like the shoe, this kind of wooden soled thing, like scraping against the stone. Shae, as this person is ripped away from you, you strike her right on the top of like the thigh. You can see the leg buckle slightly, but she is held, does not move. Anything else, Heinrich?
I'm still just moving 30 feet forward. I'm just trying to
Slow walk
move
forwards.
in. Yeah, just like do.
Sure. Guntir, what are you doing?
So there are 2 still alive that are not being held, one of which is blinded, and then one is being held and blinded and just got pushed 10 feet away.
There's one
Shae.
who is held, blinded, and pushed 10 feet in front of Shae. There is one who, to the right of that one originally, looks pretty rough. Shae just beat the shit out of him. And then you can see one who's relatively unhurt.
Okay. To the one who's relatively unhurt, I'm going to cast Command, and I'm going to say, "Stop!"
Okay, what is the save on that?
DC 17.
I love this.
Wisdom
You're
save.
shuffling forward and you stop that.
Comparison. You watch Heinrich is slowly walking forwards. The celestial glyphs now kind of backlighting him. These eldritch blasts. It's like a slow walk. There's like debris going by, and then Guntir shuffling forward. Stop!
Sunglasses, like, yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hey dude, what's up?
And then Guntir, stop! And you watch as the one that is not hurt suddenly, as he's like recoiling, the ribs expanding from the blow. Or no, sorry, this is the one that's relatively unhurt. You can see he just kind of turns and stops.
Great.
Goodness.
Then I'm free action. I'm going to be like, "Keep one alive."
Okay, that's not how command works, but sure. You're free. You're
no,
talking to
no,
everybody else.
free action
It's like,
telling
within
everyone.
this, stop. Keep one alive.
Great. Guntir, that is your turn. It is now the monk's turn. So one of them spends their turn stopping. You see, for this brief, actually, Shae, for you, it's an eternity in combat. But while everything is moving back and forth, suddenly there is this still presence in the battlefield. He spends 6 seconds just standing there. The one who you just hit, Shae, is going to attempt to strike back. First hit is going to be a 24. Second hit is going to be a 17. And the third hit is going to also be a 17. So one hit.
On the second hit, can I disarm him?
It's only one hit. So you can disarm. You can attempt to disarm her after the first hit.
After the first one that misses.
Okay, so you take 9 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
The spear kind of cuts again. This one a little bit deeper. Sleight of hand, you said?
It's my sleight of hand versus acrobatics or athletics.
Great.
That is a 21.
21. You can see this is a skilled practitioner. The spear seems to arc around your blow, but you have trained a little bit in this yourself. You would expect this to happen, and you meet it with your knee. And as it does, the force of it, you can actually see the spear itself buckle and bend before off and into the air. You see it clatter about 20 feet away. They're disarmed. So disarmed, severely hurt in front of you, one just standing a little bit off to the side, and then one completely rigid, frozen, and blind, now 10 feet beyond you. But that is their turn. It is Helia's turn. Helia finally gets within the... is going to get up to the one that's stopped currently. And she is going to get a sneak attack on him. That is a 19 plus 7. That is certainly a hit. 6, 9, 10, 13, 14, 18 points of damage to him. So this one that's just kind of stopped. And Guntir, for you, he's just standing there looking at you strangely. You watch as Helia finally, like, footsteps stabs him right in the stomach. You could see he just kind of and just no reaction. That is her turn. That brings us to Krodok. Krodok spins the spear around, takes 10 feet of movement to get to within the one that's attacking you, Shae. First attack is going to be... doesn't hit. Second attack hits. The second two attacks you watch hit. He swings with the spear. 10 and 10. That's 20 points. You watch as the first slash down this guy's back, or this woman's back, opens up these purple sort of... you are close enough to see as this fabric gets slit. It's dyed purple, but at one point this was the orange garb of the Xinyi. And as it splits suddenly, there is this third color, the dark spreading of brown blood. And then Krodok, the spear goes straight into that wound. You can actually hear the spine crack as it is severed. This one falls down dead. That is Krodok's turn. No, that was the one that Shae was fighting. The blind one is still kind of 10 feet off.
The blind but not held one, I mean.
The blind but not... There is no blind but not held one. There's the one that you have stopped. And there is the one that is blind and held.
Oh,
and
okay.
there was one more, and then Krodok just wrecked him. Or wrecked her.
Cool.
That is going to be Krodok's turn. Morwen, what do you want to do? There are two left. You can see one who's just looking at Guntir as Helia stabs him, and he reacts not at all. And there's one kind of rigid and frozen and blind 20 feet away from you.
I'm gonna go after the rigid and blind one.
Sure.
Oh, which one do we want to keep alive?
Morwen, what do you want to do?
I saw Helia stab that one, so I'm just gonna stab that one too.
Sure. 10 feet back, you bring Plus out. You can make an attack at advantage. You have an ally within 5 feet. They have no allies within 5 feet.
Thank you.
Eventually it'll be. known.
So that was a 22.
22. That's a sneak attack too.
It's 31.
Okay.
No chance.
So you watch. Helia brings out this small dagger into the side. You watch blood kind of pour out, the tissue beginning to darken almost immediately, and then you streak past and you stab almost the other side, like a mirror strike. However, this one pierces through. You feel the kidney or something on the lower left side kind of fold in on itself as the blade passes, and you actually see it out the back before you pull it back through. It's looking real hurt. Still not reacting in any way. It's kind of spooky.
He's not dead yet?
No.
Well, I butts him.
Okay, you swing butts back around.
17?
17 misses. That was at advantage?
No. I didn't know
Okay.
I got advantage on my second.
Oh, you don't because butts,
I
right?
don't,
So
yeah.
it's an offhand attack.
Unless
so yeah,
you say so specifically, I usually don't.
yeah, you miss. That is your turn. Doing anything else?
Nah.
Okay.
I
That brings
chuckle
us.
again.
You chuckle again.
At
At the end of her turn, she's going to repeat her save against hold person or hold
17.
monster. Okay, she actually saves on that. So all of a sudden, at the end of this turn, let's go, and you can see turns around, looking frantically.
Still blind?
She points at you, Shae, which actually you watch as her hand collides with the wall opposite
Wait,
of where you were
yeah.
standing.
Shit. I forgot she was still blind.
And you recoil. She doesn't say what she was going to say because she basically punches the wall. That is her turn. Yeah. Shae, what do you want to do?
I want to run up and grab her by the throat.
Okay. You dart forwards and seize her. I mean, roll. Make an attack roll.
Grapple, right? Grapples.
Well-flavored grapple.
Plus strength or plus?
It's an athletics check, essentially.
Okay. 22.
22. You reach out for her throat with your left hand. You've left your spear. You've been using your bare hands. And as you do, you watch her eye is still blind. She grabs your arm, and you reach out with your right arm and seize her throat over top of it. What are you doing? She rolled one lower than you.
Oh.
You're going to tell me what you're doing here.
Okay. So seizing her by the throat, you can hear kind of a wheeze from the tightened airway. Anything else on your turn?
For the moment, no, but in the event that she attempts a hostile action toward me, I am going to hit her.
You've already utilized your action, so you can't hold an action.
Okay, then we're
So
good.
you're currently holding
Don't
her
forget
by the
about non-lethal damage. Don't forget about
is-
non-lethal damage.
Non-lethal damage.
Heinrich
non-lethal
messages
damage.
to you.
Holding her at this
No.
point. Holding her at this point.
Man, the finger game might stop actually
Man.
killing everybody they try to question.
This
Heinrich, what do you
just-
want to do? Guntir, you're on deck.
I almost took Speak with Dead Eldritch Invocation for free because we keep killing everyone.
Yeah, I love Speak with Dead.
I'm
But,
not gonna yet.
Heinrich, what do you
So,
want to do?
how many others besides the one that Shae is now throttling are left
One
alive?
more, and you just watch Morwen pierce through. You saw the sword pierce through the side that you can see,
Okay.
and then withdraw. There's blood streaking down his back. He's like breathing heavy. He's looking really rough.
All right. No, that's too mean.
What are you doing?
No, I'll just do Eldritch Blast on him,
Okay,
just to
go ahead, roll
end
your
that
attack.
part, and then we can all focus on this last lady, surround her, and tell her to shut the
The one
fuck
that's
up.
just constantly being held in some way.
Yeah. Just not romantically, Jesus.
No, in no way has there been
Never been held romantically. All right.
That's the problem.
All right. So the first of the 3 bolts is a 20, dirty 20.
That hits.
Okay. Second one is another dirty 20, and
Okay,
third
roll the
one-
damage on those two.
Okay.
What was your third one?
No. They're all 3 going right at.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna try to hit the one that Shae is dealing with. So. Last one's an 18.
18.
Yeah.
Just hits.
Okay, cool. So
Roll
all
for
3
damage.
hit. So first one is 13 damage. So then we got 11 damage, and then we got 10 damage. Rolled real well on that one.
So the first one, you can kind of see, like, knocks him forwards. From your perspective, Morwen, this monk, like, stumbles into you, and then the second blast hits, and you can see he falls forwards, grabbing you briefly by the shoulders before sliding down dead.
And then the third one just hits him in the butt and spins him around.
Often to the side of the wall. There is only one left, the one that you are holding.
I'm still strolling towards
Okay.
this
You're-
thing that,
you're
that
now-
Shae and yeah.
You're
I'm gonna
within-
help intimidate her when I get
You're
there.
within 30 feet of that now. That brings us to Guntir. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna go walk up to the one that's being held,
Okay, yeah, 20 feet, you can get there.
and I'm gonna use Stone Shape to encase this person so that they're just covered all the way up to the neck in
Fuck
stone.
yes. Fuck
5
yes. That's
foot
awesome.
by 5 foot square.
She's so held.
Guntir, you gesture, and Shae, all of a sudden, you feel stone up to your hand as all the floor rises up in a single motion and closes her in a block of stone. Your hand holds her throat. Everything else below is held in stone. It is just the head, which is very, like, tightly stretched out. The eyes blackened. I'm gonna pull you guys out of combat because
Can we all in unison be like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" And Shae, please.
she's pretty well held. So I'm going to bring you guys out of combat. Hold on, here we go.
We're like learning and shit and getting better at teaming this shit so much.
Shae,
Yeah.
you now hold Cardiami in your hand, throat like tense. Heinrich, are you keeping blindness up?
I
I'm
am
not
keeping
blinding her.
blindness
I'm not
up.
blinding.
Well, blindness
actually,
lasts
no.
for a minute, so
Yeah, and blindness she actually was able to get out of. So, point of fact, she is not blind.
but she
her
is now
eyes-
encased in stone.
Her eyes look down at you. They look. You can see like the muscles tense in the shoulders. She's trying to punch her way out. There is 0 inches. This isn't even like the 1 inch Beatrice Kiddo punch. There is no space for that.
I'm like preparing Eldritch Blast like right next to the side of her head.
So
Just
we're
while
starting
Shae does whatever. She's
at
doing.
level 12, Heinrich.
Yeah.
I have to double check this, but I'm pretty confident. At most points, when you are using your magic, or if you will it, there are just these faint kind of celestial glyphs that kind of every now and then spin into being around you.
Mhm.
You can turn it off, you can turn it on, but it is something that passively just happens.
Huh, that might be from a newer book. I don't have that. Xanathars didn't say anything on that one.
May not be in a book.
Cool.
I'm gonna
well,
be
then,
like,
great.
All right,
I'll
let's
leave
get
it
some
on as
answers.
I'm doing this. Like,
Sure.
you better talk.
Wipe my hands of all the dirt that I just used to get
Okay.
the stone.
They crumble away. Shae, are you still holding on?
I think
A
you can
little-
let go. She's
a
not
little
going anywhere.
looser. It's more an intimidation factor than an actual like need to hold her in place at this point.
Sure. Okay. So
I'm
you
gonna
slide
just
your
be
hand
like-
around, making sure that your thumb is right above where the windpipe is. It's not a tight grip, but it's a threatening one.
Just over Shay's shoulder, I'm just mean mugging her.
Okay. Make an intimidation check, Gunter.
I'm gonna mean mug her on the other shoulder.
I feel like that
Um,
was the
and-
point of
okay.
the point of me
At this
doing this
moment-
thing
All
too.
four
Nice.
of you make an intimidation check.
Yeah, like, she's
At this
gonna fucking
moment as
talk.
well, since we're out of combat, I am going to begin the 1 minute casting time for Chaos.
Okay.
Geese?
Geese.
Geese?
Chaos.
Geese?
Marcos, pull up. What is
Alright,
the what is this? Well, we'll get to that after this brief interaction, Gunter.
Okay.
Intimidation 21.
Okay.
My intimidation was, I think, a 19.
Okay.
Mine's an 18.
Okay.
14.
You can see Shae. Your
Yeah.
hand is around her throat. That counts for something.
Yep.
And for what it's worth, within the Xinyi, maybe not necessarily a positive reputation, but Shae does have a reputation, and that does factor in. You are more hot-headed amongst the Xinyi.
Yes, I am.
You don't
The-
say!
if nobody could tell. You can see her eyes dart from you, Gunter, to like past Shae over to Morwen on the other shoulder, and then back behind to Heinrich, who these glyphs kind of like rupturing around him and around the arm. You could see reality kind of vaguely distorting in front of the hand. And she looks around, and for you, Shae, you can hear very tense through the windpipe, which is not terribly free. I'm not going to try to go anywhere.
I know that. But you are
What do
going
you
to tell
want?
me. You are going to tell me what you're here.
You're here. You know why we're here.
I want
There's
to
a
hear
reliquary.
from you. Where?
And she's like struggling to get air out, but you can see the eyes kind of drift up there.
So why are you leaving without it?
You can see her eyes kind of gesture down towards the body of Grom.
Gunter,
Yeah.
do me a favor and search the body of the large one.
All right.
I'm gonna go over and start rummaging through this guy.
Make an investigation check. Gunter, the first thing that you pull away there, I will say.
That's a 19.
Okay. Your eyes do flicker over to this chain sickle that's over on the side, but you reach in, and the first thing that does draw your eyes is, with similar patterns to the first reliquary that you saw, it is a bag, leather, very faint, sort of almost holographic thread. It seems to shift the color as you turn it in the light, but similar repetitive Xinyi patterns. Feels to be fairly light, but there is something to this that you recognize, similar in ways to Heinrich's bag.
I got this.
I hold it up.
Good. Keep
Is
searching.
this what we're looking for? Oh, all right.
Yes, but keep searching.
Don't have to ask me twice.
So I'm going to guess, Gunter, you're looking through bodies. Anybody else searching bodies?
I'm
I'll search
still
a
holding.
body.
I'll let them do that. I'm going to hold
Okay.
up this intimidation with Shae.
Fair enough. Morwen, make a investigation check as well. Gunter, you can add a medical kit,
Nice.
3 set of rations,
Nice.
a wooden beaded necklace. You could add like a 1-person tent
Okay.
and a flint and steel.
Nice.
And a bag of holding.
Ooh. That's
What'd
nice
you
for
roll, Morwen?
Got a natural 20.
You can add a medical kit. You can add 9 sets of rations. If you would like, you could pick up the chain scythe. I can give you stats for it later. You can pick up 1 more set of these kind of blood-stained wooden beads on a necklace. And actually, you can see there's one missing, and you would remember at the very beginning that kind of that you heard that originally alerted Guntir and Shae to their presence, probably from this necklace. You can also add 3 sets of pythons. There are 2 other individual tents. There is 3 sets of untanned rabbit's furs, so it appears that this group is hunted. Shae, you recognize that these beads that you see Morwen pick up belong to other members of the Zinyi. There were probably at one point more than just this group. But that is what you find with your investigation. You'd imagine there's probably more within the bag of holding.
Okay.
You can see now, Shae, this woman look at you. You have what you want, so let my throat go at least.
I will.
Pull the hand away.
My hand is still.
Your hand's still, yeah. I mean, you can't go anywhere. She's in a block of stone.
Doesn't matter.
She's not a magic user. She breathes in heavily. It's true what they say about you, Shae, huh? Eyes kind of casting about.
Rumors exist for a reason.
You take after her, you know.
I know. How many more are there?
Now,
Yes.
none. Just me.
Can I tell if she's lying?
Make an insight check.
I'm gonna go back over to the block of person.
Okay.
A bag of holding and a block of person. That was a 19 insight.
With a 19, you look around. I mean, there's nothing to be gained from lying about this. You see the dead monks around. Nobody has pursued you further. Seems pretty...
I'm pushing my hand a little closer. I'll be like, she means in the whole city.
Originally, there was 9 of us. But we lost some upstairs. We lost some with the original guards. And it's just me. And the 2 of them.
I'm gonna message to Shae, be like, should we ask about the gate, or do you think they don't even know?
Tell me about the gate.
Which gate?
The arch. The thing you were building.
How do you know about the arch?
Doesn't matter.
You can see she begins to consider and then shakes her head. You don't know what she can do.
I know enough.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna message Shae and be like, who is she? What's her name?
You can see her eyes kind of settle. There is something valuable in the halls of Dharma. We've been constructing this gate. It's not even half finished. How are you able to see in the giant step?
I have my ways.
Hylan says if we can get to the halls of Dharma, there's a hidden room near the bottom. I didn't go to the bottom for my trials. I don't know what is down there, but she said there is a mark, and beneath the mark, something older than the halls, something older than the mountain.
What did she tell you? What did she say
Many
it would do?
things. She didn't give us specifics on what was within. We were supposed to learn, but then he came. And that made things a little bit harder for all of us.
He.
And Zinyi, she says, the roach.
In Zinyi, and a little bit more sad, I guess. Why? Why did you follow her?
Hylon spoke to you. She said she told you about Aira. She has deceived us from the beginning, from when they crossed from the north. She was the reason that he is the way that he was. But that's not what he really is. Hylon wasn't the most dangerous person in that monastery.
No, of course not.
Juruxa is.
Of course he is.
She looks back and you can see she almost stops talking, but then she sees Heinrich behind with this kind of glowing celestial glyph, and she says, when they came, before my time, but when they came from the north, that group, they weren't just fleeing any natural disaster. Whatever burned the north was Juruxa's doing.
Yes.
I'm gonna message real quick. Just be like, translation later.
Just
All
very,
this is insane. Yeah.
Yeah.
very quickly. Yes, but and so that meant the destruction of all things?
You can see her eyes squint a little bit. Nothing that you're saying makes sense. Aira wants to destroy.
No. It is
She shakes her
twisted and warped.
And she looks at you, her eyes more firm, less afraid. You don't understand how things really are. You're too much like her. You'll never listen. It's already too late.
You haven't
She
tried.
looks back behind you. What do you all intend to do with me? I will not join your side again.
Oh, we'll see about that. I'm
That's
gonna
in
spend the
Zinyi.
next
It's in
minute.
Zinyi.
Yeah. If only.
If you will not No. You are alone. I would have you take a message to Hylon.
You can see kind of a little bit of confusion. You're letting me go?
Yes.
What message would you have me bring?
Tell her the north wind blows.
Very well. But what you hope to accomplish, you think too small. All of you do. You don't see what happens around you.
Perhaps not. But that is my path, and that is my choice. And how dare you assume to know that my path is what, or is not what it should be.
Shakes her head. I know that Aira clouded Juruxa's mind. She said it was to keep us safe. She is just as implicit in what happened up north as he is, if not more so. Have you not seen the listener? No. Do you really believe he's gone? Meditating, communing. He has not been seen for 6 months. Use your head, not your heart.
What is a path without both?
One that you might yet survive.
I intend to.
She looks kind of back over at Guntir and then Heinrich, not really sure of who has her encased in this rock.
Turn to Heinrich and you can put your hand down.
Do we let her go? What's going on?
Yes.
And I'll kind of lower it.
Okay.
And I'll just thaumaturgy flare my eyes up and like get real close in and be like, you do whatever she told you to do.
She looks back at you. Not
like literally like fire eyes kind of thing.
Whatever it is that she is following, or whoever it is, seems to be significantly more scary than what you were doing, Heinrich.
That's fine. I'm still doing it anyways.
Sure.
It's like a reaction.
Yeah,
I'm not trying
do
to.
you.
It's more just like a genuine reaction to the situation.
You can see she looks down, her head the only mobile thing.
Turn to Guntir.
Like I have a choice.
Oh, can I brand her with a finger on her eye? I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
Do whatever you want.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
That's a
So,
step too far.
Yeah.
uh, so about this letting her go thing.
Don't tell me you're out of spells. Do we have to get her out a pickaxe and get her out? Sorry, hold on. Let's just take a minute.
I told you I'd get cramps. So, really, it's your fault.
All right, I'm gonna just Eldritch Blast the stone like.
Wait.
around the base.
I want to.
Or I get ready to do it.
I want to use Gesh. I looked it up.
Right.
It's
Yes.
Gesh.
So,
I want to use
Gesh,
Gesh on her.
Gesh.
Yeah,
Gosh,
Gesh.
really?
Yeah, because it's Gaelic.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
cool. Gaelic,
Guys,
there you
I
go.
learned something today. I've been playing D&D for like
Yeah.
11 years. Amazing. Okay, so
Gesh.
Gesh.
Code
This
Gesh.
is, most people call it Gias, but I think that's probably why.
Yeah.
But Gesh. Okay, so you
Well,
what?
most people
What are you
speak
telling her
in
to do?
feet and Inches.
Well, I want to confirm with the group. I want to be like, look, we've got this pond now. Let's make use of it. All right.
So the casting
This
time is
what?
1 minute, and Gunter, you began the casting, so you don't have time to confer with the group. You place a magical command on a creature that you can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service or refrain from some action or course of activity as you decide. So,
Okay.
Tell her to do what Shae said. They all
I'm
seem
gonna
to follow
say-
back.
what is the DC on that? She doesn't make it. Don't worry about
Okay.
it.
It was a 17.
Yeah, that's a 10.
Okay. Cool. So she's going to, for the next 30 days, act as our spy.
What are you saying to her?
I'm going to say, you're going to go back to your group, and you're going to keep tabs on them for us discreetly. Every day, you're going to send us a letter.
Letter.
No, you're going to...
You can see just bewilderment. Like, you remember
Gunter
you're in
shouldn't
the
have this
north.
power.
Oh, Heinrich, can you have a message?
Again, you can't confer. So what are you saying?
I'm going to say, you're going to keep tabs on your group, and you're going to sabotage them from the inside. When you get back, you tell them that you failed your mission, and that the reliquary was destroyed.
Okay. You can see suddenly the face goes slack for a brief moment. You watch as the spell takes hold. And as you say that, you see a smile. She looks at you, Shae. Ninefold are the path. Guntir, I need you to roll 5d10 psychic damage. Because
Trying to not
Because
do
she
the
what?
thing.
she's not going to comply with that.
Alright, well, good luck with this. Hey. Oh, she's not gonna be looking great. Ooh. Oh,
The message
yikes.
is more important. Why'd you do this? No.
That was 48 damage.
Fuck. She just dead?
You watch as she looks at you, Shae, and just goes, Ninefold are the path. And suddenly, from around the sockets of her eyes, this dark, inky blood splashes out. You can see from the nose this fountain, and she dies.
You have my permission to kill Guntir. I'm actually shocked at this. I feel like Heinrich is just going to be like, what the fuck just happened?
And
And I look
because,
at Shae, do they, is this normal?
because it is 12:30, as this body drops from the psychic damage done from Gesh. Drastically changing my prep for next session.
Yeah, what the fuck?
This is where we're going to end for the evening.
I
So-
can predict how it's going to start. I just want to say this. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like, I just guarantee the beginning of next session is going to be an attack roll from Shae to Gunter's face.
I would imagine.
like Fury of Blows level.
I'm
So-
just trying to help.
Man, what a session. Guys, thank you so much for joining us for session 50. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of fights, a lot of reveals.
Finally got to use Gesh.
So yes, technically,
Oh boy.
you know, the spell ends for what it's worth, guys.
Yeah, but I
Um,
cast it.
This is true, technically true. So, thank you guys so much for following along. We did run a little bit late tonight, but it felt like a good thing to do. So, I believe we're back next week for session 51, which we're going to call mistakes.
Yeah.
We'll see you then. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye.
Ah.